nihleli kanjalo niyangibona yeah uyangibona kahle sano sama uhleli kanjalo indaba ngimuhle nginentshebe yazi ngifuna ukuthi ungibone kahle sanibonani ninjani akusabandi e-Orange Farm guys kwenzakalani isabotage ne kwenzakalani kunje lana kunormal or ngoba kuza thina hayi kusho ukuthi yithe siza namakhazi. Please give yourselves a warm round of applause for being here today. I am not alone. Ngihamba nefire lana. She's going to introduce herself and tell us a little about herself. Can we give her a round of applause as she's about to do this?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Bophelo Nompumelelo Masala, but famously known as Scarlett. I'm a student studying strategic brand communications at Vega. I'm a YouTuber, influencer, and listen, an upcoming international social media and TV star.
Wow. Let's give her a massive round of applause. I'm expecting big things from you. I'm expecting big things from you.
Definitely.
And ladies and gentlemen, mina nguSipho, uAlfie wakwamkhwanazi. Mina, I'm just a little boy from Centurion, trying to buy a braai pack every week, you know. I'm trying to check, Lana, if I've got any people. I know everyone who follows me, so I'm trying to check if I've got anyone who follows me. So when I sing my songs, they are going to recognize me. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you through why we are here today and throughout the week. And why we chose this venue specifically. So many times you've got different stakeholders and role players that say that they want to give back to the youth, they want to empower the youth, they want to do stuff for the youth, but our conferences are at the Sandton Convention Center, they are in Melrose, in Hyde Park, and no one actually takes time to go to the places that actually need the youth and that actually need the empowering. So Tsitsena, with EmpowaWorks, Sizalana, and all the stakeholders that are involved, Uguti, we're going to take over Orange Farm because we know that there's a lot of talent here. There is a lot of individuals that can be massive and huge role players because there are so many people who are doing big things in their little corners. It's just that we don't take time to go to them. So give yourselves a round of applause for being here this afternoon. Now, our program is going to be very simple. We are going to run it very quickly. We don't want to keep you here long because gabanda, yabo. And I'm sure Scarlett is going to have some oxtail when she gets home as well. So, I want us to make sure we see ham. But there are a few acknowledgements that I want us to do. The people who pay our salaries, yeah. Before we continue, Scarlett, can you take us through those, please?
Okay, so the first person we'd like to welcome is the MMC Nkulimbundu, the MMC for Economic Development City of Johannesburg.
Let's give him a round of applause. And of course, we've got a special guest that is going to be joining us today. Who is that?
Our special guest that's going to be joining us today is Mondli Ngungubele, Minister in the Presidency.
Asimshayeleni izandla. Uyabona abo Scarlett yile genge yamanje. Thina sisesebancane kwakuthiwa uthi futhi awukwazi no umbiza ngokuthi honorable uzobe yakho. Let's give Scarlett a big round of applause. Now, I am going to call on our event producer, Udumi, who is going to come on stage. Azothi fahla. Uyabona uphethe izinto lapho eEmpowaYouth and uzositshela kahle kahle ukuthi what can we expect today, what's going to happen, and what should we, keep ourselves in our seats for. Can we give Udumi a big round of applause as says that on stage? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Special acknowledgement goes to MMC. Thank you so much for coming. It's really an honor for the audience this afternoon. But before I continue, I will Caesar.
All right, I think it was an oversight. We're going to ask Pastor Bly, Bishop Bly, to come and help us to open with a word of prayer, and we'll then proceed accordingly. Where's Bishop Bly? To come and prayer, and then over. Thank you. Let's give Pastor Bly a round of applause.
All right. Can I stand here by the pulpit? Because I need to pull from the pit. Okay, thank you so much. We are going to pray. And let us God and Father together this morning in this place. A place of God that is so lowly in so many ways. God that with an intent to develop this place. Lord, change a generation and change the nation. The young people are going to be gathered together. Your mighty hand is going to be upon them. And all those are invited, oh God, to deliver messages. Lord God, they'll be touched by your special grace. We pray, therefore, Lord God, for this special launch today. Asking you, Lord, to bless everyone who's going to take part, the speakers in all the deliberations. May your mighty hand be upon them. We pray, Father God, for the organizers and everything that they've put together. May they be encouraged, oh God. May they know that you are leading them, you are guiding them, and you bless this gathering, therefore, Lord, and bless everybody here present in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. And everybody says, amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mfundi. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll take this time to just switch things up a bit. I know I'm supposed to be doing my talk, but I'd actually like for MMC to come first and address us and officially set the tone as the MMC for economic development for the city of Johannesburg. So, Mr. Nkuli Mbundu, I then welcome you to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kamalam Nkuli Mbundu, MMC for Economic Development in the city of Johannesburg. It truly is an honor to be here, to be invited to address you in the capacity of economic development in the city of Johannesburg. Events like these give hope that South Africans care and that it's possible to turn around the situation that the country and the city faces in particular. I'm really encouraged, Masiza, and thank you very much. Driving into Orange Farm is depressing. It is truly depressing, from the roads to the infrastructure to just the general poverty that you see around. We shouldn't be here. Is not what we voted for in 1994. In a short 28 years, this is what has happened. It is truly disappointing. It's even worse for people that live here that it has become a norm. They wake up to an environment like this, and it's just part of life. This should not be happening. I think our people deserve better. I'm sorry to start on a somber note, but when I experience this, I get a little bit emotional. Maybe let me just give you a view in terms of when Masisa asked me to speak, I thought to myself, what am I going to speak about? There's one thing politicians speak and they sell stories and they all these glossy stories, and then they leave. Fortunately, I'm not a politician. Never been. I'm a technocrat coming from the IT world for 25 years, working for multinationals in South Africa and as well as abroad. I just took it upon myself one day that we can't let things continue the way they continue. Our country is sliding into poverty, joblessness at its highest, crime at its highest, corruption that's become endemic, lawlessness. Everything around you was just not working. And I made a decision to say, am I going to complain or am I going to stand up and go and do something about it? And against my wife's view, I decided to leave corporate to join so that I can be on this platform and do something about the situation that we face. Because if we leave things the way they are, our kids have no future tomorrow. There will be no future. World Bank says if things continue the way they continue, by 2030, SA is going to be a failed state. And a failed state will make Zimbabwe look like a walk in the park. So it is do the same thing and expect a different result. We could not continue with the politics of the day, where politicians look after themselves at the expense of the residents. And I decided to roll up my sleeves and take the plunge. A very difficult decision. Many nights of unpleasantness at home, them not understanding why you're making this decision. To a point of them thinking, Gucci, maybe you're on a road trip. But I felt something inside of me saying, I cannot let this thing continue like this. And fast forward 9 months later, I'm here. And I'm filled with hope with the things that we see. We came in as a multi-party government in December 2021 and it's a 9-party multi-party government. I believe that coalitions are the way to go moving forward. It's the end of the era for one-party state. We've seen the failures. You do see the failures around Orange Farm. What we experienced when we came in fact, before I came in, I thought the city is in ICU. But when we came in, we actually realized that the city is on the brink of a coma. Things are not working. What was worse and scary is the things that we found in the administration. Endemic corruption, maladministration, and just a general lack of will by government to do the job that we vote them in to do. It was scary. In officials as well as in politicians, giving us sleepless nights. Maybe a bit in terms of the city in numbers. Over the last 5 years, our economy shrunk by 5.3%. Unemployment is at the highest in the world, sitting at 40.8%. Youth unemployment in particular, which is really close to my heart, is at 55%, expanded to 64%. So 3 out of 4 young people are unemployed, and some have even given up. In a country where the median age is 27, and 3 out of those 4 are not working. The situation is dire. How did we get here? The poverty rate has increased. We're sitting at 51.7%. The population of the city has grown. We're sitting at 6%. The quality of life is down to 62%. general quality of life. So we are in a state of a coma. And they say world-class African city. Who says that? What's world-class about what we're seeing? Deteriorating and getting worse. So we've got our job cut out. We acknowledge the difficulty that we have at our hands. Work 7 days a week. Midweek, I put in about 14 hours. My team will tell you, 14 hours a day. It's the only way we can change this thing. There has to be political will to address the problem that we face as a city. And that political will is not just talk shop. We have got to demonstrate it. We've got to be held accountable. Unfortunately, the public is not very patient. They want to see changes immediately. But just bear in mind, we've just come in to a 28-year-old problem. It's not going to turn over in 5 months. But the wheels are starting to turn over. What we did is, when we came in, we put together all our manifestos into one that translated into our 7 mayoral priorities. And I just want to take you through them very quickly. And you will see that it's really just basic things. Number one is just to get right. To ensure that there's clean water, sanitary environment for everybody, every community, provide hygienic and secure. I can't say more about that. Lawlessness is the order of the day. So a very big push towards a safe and secure city. We've just employed 1,800 police officers in the city of Johannesburg, and we are hiring more. A caring city, a city that looks after the vulnerable, the elderly, women, children, people with disabilities, LGBTQIA+ groups. We've got to care for a business-friendly city. We've got to cut the red tape. We've got to make it easy for business to operate. We've got to make it easy for business to operate with government, but to create an enabling environment for business to thrive. This is a core part of economic development. Investors have shied away from doing anything. They've lost confidence because our government has got a face of corruption and ineptitude. So I'm speaking to business people and investors, and the questions they ask us is there governance? How are you going to deal with corruption? Ethical leadership. Can we trust you? Can we invest? And really, it's the biggest question. The last 5 months, all we've been trying to do is convince business that as government, we can work. It can work, and we can change this environment. We corruption, administration, high on efficiency. And when we talk about a business-friendly city, it's got to be clean, safe, easy, and cut the red tape. An inclusive city where every corner of the city, the residents will have amenities they need to live a quality life. A child in Orange Farm must have the same internet access as a child in Sandton. There's absolutely no reason why. We've got to close that digital divide. We've got to give access across the city. A well-run city, very basic, must become the center of clean, honest government that puts residents first. We spend money wisely where it is supposed to be spent. And lastly, a smart city. We've got to embrace technology and make sure that we're in line with the global trends in order for our economy to grow and to support our community. So that's what we're doing about it. We've got a couple of programs, and I'll just highlight, I think, some key. Number one is infrastructure investment. We have got a massive infrastructure backlog, close on 200 billion. There's been no investment in infrastructure, so it's a priority for us. Improved access to basic services, water, electricity, waste management, sanitation, roads. Investment in job creation. So economic development itself has got a hard-coded target to bring in 30 billion rands worth of investment into the city. A safe and secure city where law bylaw enforcement is implemented. Climate change and environmental protection, sustainable housing provision, health and social development, institutional efficiency, very important. The culture of people in government thinking that bazongena bayotloka 7 to 4 and you only give 2 hours of your time is over. Our public servants will work for the money that they get paid for. There is absolutely no reason that you log a call with your municipality and you don't get the service, and the person on the other side simply just does not care. We're killing that culture. We're professionalizing public service. We're bringing technocrats into public service. The first thing we did when we came in, the city has got 13 municipal entities, strategic entities. The AGM for the boards was meant to be on the 15th of March. We brought it forward to the 14th of February. We could not wait to do a clean sweep on our boards and take out our comrades who were put there to protect corruption and maladministration. Democrats, qualified people in governance. So we first fix that layer. The next layer, institutional review, to make sure that the executive that is employed is qualified for the job. You'll be surprised that you've got entities where somebody is a general manager and will not stand at 8. It's unacceptable. How are you going to run a city like that? That's why the city has got, our government has got a face of ineptitude and corruption, is because people are not qualified. So we're working on the institutional reviews where we do skills audits and make sure that the people who are there are professional and care and deliver what they're supposed to deliver to you as residents. Financial quality is important, bearing in mind that the city self-generates revenue. I think sometimes there's this confusion about where we get our money as a city, and some people don't understand. We've got spheres of government. We've got national, provincial, and local. Tax money and grant money goes to national and provincial. We've got a budget of 79 billion as a city. Only about 2 billion of that is any form of grant funding that goes into infrastructure. The rest of it is money that we self-generate as a city. So we have our own government in essence. And the unfortunate thing is that from the first of, when the financial year started in July 2021, there was a surplus of over 7 billion rand in the bank to the city. But when we came in December, it was down to 2 billion. And as it stands right now, we are paying 1 billion rand a month purely on city power because we're under collecting and overspending. We have to pay for power, Kelvin, but we are not collecting. So it makes you wonder what the government was doing. Major risk, but we want to bring financial sustainability into it. Just to unpack a bit about the budget, I mentioned that we just finalized it yesterday. We had a very long meeting yesterday. This coming week is budget week. We've got a budget presentation, I think, on Wednesday, Budget Council, and a debate on Friday. I am confident that for the first time, you've got a budget that is all-inclusive, that really looks at the programs that are equitable for everybody across the country. We'll be presenting it on Wednesday. I'm very confident that it's a positive start. At a high level, the revenue streams are 79 billion. 30% of it is from service charges, electricity in particular. So if we don't pay, how do we get money to reinvest in our township, in our cities? So the culture of non-payment is crippling the city. 30% of our revenue relies on that. 13% on water, 20% on property rates, and then you've got the others. So it's very important that we get into a culture of payment so that it enables us to put money and back into the programs that are necessary to stimulate economic growth. It's money that comes from ratepayers. With that said, we started off the year on a couple of programs. Many of you will know we started off mainly on the informal trade policy to make sure that we start at the very baseline. We clean up the city. We create a trade space, particularly for South Africans. If you go around the city of Johannesburg, it is foreign, largely undocumented. There's an invasion. People have been kicked out of the economic space. We put that regulation, legally so. This is formalized to a degree. It's an informal, it's regulated, so to speak, and bring back the power that deserve. So a lot of work has gone into doing that. The second half of the year I'm spending with international investors. I chair the Joburg Business Forum, which I encourage businesses around here to be part of. It meets on a quarterly basis. And this is where we bring big business and small business together. And these opportunities are there. Remembering that we operate on our credibility. Big business says, we've got the money, but can we work with you? And right now our credibility is that's our currency. So I invite business to join the Joburg Business. It's important for business forums to form regions and then be part of the Joburg Business Forum. Some of the things that have come up about the JBF is, for example, the work that we're doing now to declare City Deep as a special economic zone, where we can give incentives to investors to put money in that will create employment and opportunities. We are looking to implement priority economic zones across all the regions of Johannesburg, and here's where it's coming, to make sure that we can incentivize businesses to put money and stimulate the economy. We're also working with international chambers of commerce, in particular the European Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And when I met with them 2 weeks ago, they were very encouraged. They said it was the first time that they actually heard the things that they were hearing about business. So investor confidence is coming up, it's coming back. Tomorrow we've got the energy agenda for the next 2 days. I've got investors lining up saying we want to be part of this as we're looking for alternative energy sources for the city, where hopefully we can unlock major infrastructure projects together with the private sector. It's important for government to work with the private sector, but it's important for government to demonstrate to private sector that we are an ethical and committed city. So the next part of the year, I guess, is working with big business so that we can bring big business together with small business and facilitate. We can only play the role of facilitation. We don't have grant money, like I said, where we'll just have a stash of money and that we give to businesses and say, we don't have that money. We need partnership with big business. And I'm encouraged that it's starting to change, and that relationship is coming back. That level of credibility we are gaining back as a city. So we're hoping that moving forward, we'll have more investments from big business in partnership with small business. What we are looking to do is to set up a panel of SMMEs in particular, who we can support and develop and ensure that we help them with their governance structure in the various sectors, such that when big business wants to do business with the city or with government, they've got enterprise development and supply development objectives. Why not work with us in partnership? Let us make sure that whoever you work with, we have got the space. Randomly so, you can go and you pick from there, but we help them from a governance perspective, because what kills small businesses is just the governance aspect. And how we're achieving that is we've got an opportunity center here in Region G that provides support for SMMEs from A to Z in terms of starting and running your business. From the moment of registering on CIPC, on SARS, getting access to SAICA and accountants, as well as in partnership with the likes of APSA, Discovery, and so on. They can help you build your business case or your business plan, and they can help facilitate funding for you. You get ready, you get to that point as a business that your governance structure is ready. You approach us as economic development, and we'll create that platform so that we can create this pool that we can promote. So we're looking to put that in play, but we've got to do it obviously within the governance framework. I think it's very important for us. I mentioned that our target is investment attraction. We are working aggressively on that. SMME support, I've just spoken about it. We're looking to support at least about 14,500 SMMEs in the current financial year until the end of June next year. And those are supported through our opportunity centers. Our opportunity centers should be busy. We should really be busy. Job creation with EPWP jobs. I think we're targeting around about 88,000 or thereabout of EPWP jobs that we're going to create. Now, there's always been this issue that, jobs are reserved for the 18 to 35. We're doing away with that. We're doing away with that. Somebody who's 50 and who's still fit deserves an opportunity. They deserve an opportunity. I'm 48, and I think I'm fit. There's absolutely no reason why we need to discriminate on age. So we are opening up those opportunities. Really, at best, what we are doing is to try and create an enabling platform for business to thrive. We'll come back in the next quarter to talk about specific programs that we're going to apply for in the midterm budget adjustment. Bear in mind that we came in with a budget that was set already. We could only change 10% of that in February and drive programs that were already there. So we could not have new programs. That's why I'm not here talking about programs that we have. I'm talking about what we are going to do, what we are planning to do, and we'll come back and we'll communicate. The one thing that I'm going to be doing is a business roundtable per region, where we invite entire business people within the region, where we can have a conversation and a facilitation to opportunities with big business. Understand what the challenges are, understand where the logjams are, understand where we need to be honing in. I'm studying in Region A next month, in June, and I think we're going to be doing Region G the month thereafter, but we're doing it right around so that we can give you access to, give business access to what services are available and opportunities that are available, and those kind of partnerships that are needed. So I'm sorry I'm not coming with the greatest of news right now, but I'd rather not tell lies. Let's get the work, let's let our work prove itself. Give us some time. We are committed. And once again, thank you so much for being part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the MMC. Ngicela simshayeleni izandla ezinkulu. Now, because this year's, I'm not going to go on stage. I'm very relaxed. Ngifakele i-all-star lami, ngichilled, yabona. Kulezi yabona ezi-hectic ngiyofaka uScarlett yabona uScarlett put together, yabo. Mina ngiyiphara man. Because ngizwa ama-perfume wenu kakhulu, ne? I want us to get dancing just a little bit, because ngiyazwa laphana bengihleli laphana ngiyazwa i-red door njengalana khona iphanachi lana, yabo. So I want to get us dancing a little bit, for us to sort of, relax and not feel the cold as much. And we've got two incredible music performances. Can you guys please give a round of applause to Chef and the Kitchen Music Group? Let's give them a round of applause as they begin.
Yeah. Good evening. It's an evening or it's a morning. Eh? Good morning, everyone. Good family. I can't hear you. Good morning, everyone. It's an afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. This event is the biggest event in South Africa. So, if you're not happy to be here, we're just gonna give you nice music. We go by the name of Chef and the Kitchen music. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, 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 bathi shebele sanjalo ekuseni antambama ay Congo mawe Congo Congo oh bathi Congo mawe Congo Congo I can hear you say oh bathi Congo mawe Congo take it up then Congo I just want the drum only oh bathi shebele sanjalo ekuseni bathatha alpha bakuzwe
Arisebeleza njalo ekuseni landa ngala siyaphansi what ebarisebeleza njalo ekuseni what hayi nginibona what ebarisebeleza ekuseni baba landa one more time don't Beleza. Hey. One more time. Everybody come on my way. Come on. Everybody come on my way. Come on. Yes, sir. Are you revived? I say, are you revived? Are you ready to be empowered? Are you ready to be empowered? Can you hear? Woo! Imagine. Okay. Are we hot now? Okay. This is our own song. We go by the name of Chef and the Kitchen Music. We are a band from Orange Farm, proudly. By the way, we are not just a local band. We are an international band from Chennai, India. Everywhere they know us, Kenya, Nairobi. So I want you to say, this is what you're going to say. Oh, oh, oh. What am I told? Oh, oh, oh. I said, oh, oh, oh. Let's take them back. One time.
Say, whoa, whoa, oh. Bring it. Say, whoa, oh, oh. I can't hear you. I say, whoa, oh, oh. Yeah, we start like that. Say, oh, oh, oh. I say, yeah, 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 yeah. I say, yeah, 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 yeah. I say, whoa, oh, oh. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah!
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was Chef and the Kitchen. What a beautiful way to actually shake up the afternoon a bit. Well, imagine being at a memorial service. But anyways, I would love to call up our second speaker. Actually, I think he's a comedian, a well-known comedian. In fact, he goes by the name of Isaac Gampu.
Opo Isaac. Opo Isaac. Opo Isaac. Before Mbizo Isaac, maybe more unkaya usi. I don't care you see face. I don't niggas care up. Nisahleli phansi and ningakasukumi nonke angeke siye ndawo. Masingasi vula indlela wemamgobhozi yewunyana wami haleluya shada namhlanje. Aibo suba nomon nyana wami ushadile bengingasi ngiyomona umakoti ayinangizwa makadebe susezo specs emsweni aibo bebe sit unyana wami uliqoki bebe sithi angeka shade kulinde aibo ayena yegelumbo what wemamgobho angizwa kulindela yegelumbo ayibulinde wemamgobho angizwa ay nina yegelumbo bopha angaka be warm ne angaka be warm. We've got a special guest that has joined us. Ufikile basamatiya nyana uyabona basamnika ijacket inkosi yami. Uminister wethu ufikile and he's going to grace us very soon. Let's give him a round of applause. And the team from his office is also here. We have a lot of fun. Ngina ngacela usine. Awungikuthi, ithi sizuthi. Uthi lo. Uthi uphezulu mara singasebenza ngaye. Uphezulu uthi mara singasebenza ngaye. This one ngifana nisukume nonke ngoba niyayazi ngazenzi ngasaniyazi. Ukholo lwami ngiyonyuka nalo. Ay. Angizwa. Ukholo lwami ngiyonyuka nalo. Ay. Awungilubambe. Ay ngiyongena nalo.
have coffee station for anyone who would love some tea, cappuccino, or any type of coffee, which is right over there.
So, mafuna coffee or anything like that, ila payal. Sisha foot. You so tight? Yeah? Yeah? Ukolo lwami gonyugana lo.
Ukolo lwami gonyugana lo.
Ilubambe.
Yes,
Ayingi ongena nalo. Ukolo lwami gonyugana lo.
Ukolo lwami gonyugana lo.
Ayingi lubambe. Ayingi ongena nalo. Oh, ayo, ayo, ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Angizwa, angizwa. Oh, ayo, ayo, ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo motivo. No, indaba abanye bethu abayange esontweni uyabona, so bengithi mani yabo Jumi mongeza uzoshaya ipresentation yakho mntansekhaya maspeed quickly bese siyaqhubeka ngomsebenzi wethu wanamhlanje. Can you guys give Jumi another round of applause as she comes on stage? Thank you so much.
One, two. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Before I continue with my presentation, I'd just like to hand over to Palesa and Salem, who will just give us a bit of information in terms of our marketing and social media.
Dumelang. Good afternoon. Molweni. Ndimasiare. Sanbonani. Hi everyone, I am Palesa. My name is Salem Nolubabalonyati. So we were thinking that while everybody's here and while everyone is upbeat, sfunuk trend. And we want to explain a bit about the social media aspect of Empower Youth Week and the marketing and what it is we want or expect from each and every one of you. Phela ikhona tea, ikhona coffee, iband ikhona, mele trend. That's right, Palisa, but I've got a question for you in particular, but everybody else as well. What is the first thing that you do when you wake up in the morning? Now be honest, think about it. What is the first thing that we do when we wake up in the morning? Honest. First and for anything else? At heart, like what? The last is for our phones. Yeah. Also, over and above that, when we in the middle of the night, you find that you want to maybe comment on a tweet. 3 hours later, you are still on your phone. So our game plan for social media for Empower Youth Week 2022 is basically about engagement. Yeah. We're going to focus on the critical eyes of engagement, which are interaction that then leads to involvement, yes, and influence. Because what we want to do is we want to say our speakers, our stakeholders, our sponsors, our attendees, all of us
involved. So if Empower Youth sends a tweet, take your phone, do a retweet. If, for example, you are a speaker and we tweet about what you're saying, retweet it, because that way we get the interaction that we want. And ultimately, because we are not just doing lip service to the youth, but we are actually causing real change, we then influence the youth.
That is very true. And I think when we want to break it down, now, when you say interact, what is it that you mean? It's very simple. If you have a smartphone, on Facebook, if you've got Instagram, or if you've got Twitter, if you want to tweet about our Dirty All-Stars, you can tweet about our Dirty All-Stars. If you want to tweet about some of the powerful concerns raised by the MMC, you're more than welcome to do that. All we ask is you use one simple hashtag, which is hashtag EYW2022. Or you can say EYW22. Either one of those two hashtags will be great. We want you to interact. And I've heard that Konabantu that have already asked for Wi-Fi. That's the first thing. It's staple. They don't care about the coffee anymore. They want the Wi-Fi. About Bitcoin. Your Wi-Fi is the latest Bitcoin. And if you want the Wi-Fi password, we thought, hi, let's challenge the crowd a bit. So to give you the Wi-Fi password, we need you to interact. For today, I am going to be in the crowd scouting random people that are dancing with the band, commenting when people are speaking and just engaging with us. And I will find you and give you access to the Wi-Fi. And for some of you, if you feel like you're a bit too crowd shy, go on your phone, just type a tweet or something, Nyana. The person who interacts most frequently today, I will find you. And I will also give you access to the Wi-Fi. So it's simple. Wi-Fi, mahala. The Wi-Fi is technically mahala as long as you interact with us. So please remember the hashtags. Hashtag EYW2022 or hashtag EYW22 in itself. And on social media, if you want to tag us, please feel free. We are Empower Youth on all social media platforms. In the breaks, we have a glam bot that's very cool outside as well that you can be free to use, guys. It's there. Let's enjoy. Let's be entertained. Let's just get excited for the week ahead. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. EYW 2022.
Okay. Thank you so much, ladies. So much energy. Thank you. So once again, my name is Dumisile Leroux, but I go by Dumi, and I'm the project lead for Empower Youth. Please do excuse my voice and my look. It's been hectic. So I'm just glad that we're here today and it's finally happening. So my role right now is really just to take you through our proposal for 2023. I'll be really brief, but I'll just give you a synopsis as well of where we come from and where we're headed, just so that we can make sure that, you know, we all move together. Because I think one thing that we're punting quite a lot is to say we need people to come on board, and we need support and the buy-in of the various people that are seated here today in their various capacities. So, yeah, so I think just by giving you a background, and then there are some videos that I'll then play in between. So Empower Youth started 6 years ago, and this year marks our 7th year running the Empower Youth Summit. We specifically started as a one-day job summit here in Orange Farm in the hall, and what really happened there is we invited speakers, and obviously you can see some of the examples in front of you, but really on a small level. But what really really inspired us to then expand, next slide please, was youth coming in to say that one day wasn't enough, and there was just too much that we brought in on this particular day, and that's why we then gave birth to the Empower Youth Transformation Week, which was then launched last year. So I think at this moment, I'm going to ask us to play the video from last year, just to sort of see the growth that has then transpired from the images that you've just seen, leading into the video that was then created in 2021. Sound, please. Okay, please pardon the technical team. I'll just request that we replay the video, please, from the beginning with the sound. Okay, maybe let me move on and then we'll come back to the video. Please go to the next slide. Okay, so meet the Empower Youth team, and we will now be planning our 2023 Empower Youth Week, and the targeted dates are from the 22nd of May till the 28th of May 2023. So the team that brings everything together is the people that you see in front of the screen, and it's Mr. Masiza, who is the CEO, and then I'm the project lead. We also have Dr. Sichaba, who then runs with our marketing, and then we have Kirsten, who's our communication as well as the word specialist. Next slide. Now, part of the core team are these very important people that you'll see amongst us today. So we've got Linda Ayende, who brings forth the sales and partnerships that we then generate, such as Transport Education CETA for this year, NYDA, and others that have partnered with us in bringing this project into fruition. Zazini Molo also plays a very crucial role, because our purpose is something I'll get into shortly, but we need to ensure that we've got the buy-in from industry experts, organizations, both in the public and private sector, that then come through and provide opportunities for young people. We're trying to transform the lives of our youth, and we're only able to do that through the partners that come through and say these are the jobs, internship opportunities, mentorship opportunities, as well as funding opportunities that I'll then provide for the youth that attend this particular summit. So she plays that role of ensuring that we've got those partners that then come in and partner with us in that capacity. Public relations, then we've got Palisa as well as Simpiwe Majola, who do a sterling job in ensuring that we've got presence in terms of the media. I'm sure you've seen some interviews on the round at the moment in terms of our 2022 project. So who exactly is Empower Youth? Empower Youth is a property that strives to improve the socioeconomic conditions of our youth through driving collaborations, as I just expressed, just to make sure that as a country we get to a point where we become more economically inclusive. But over and above that, we're ensuring that we don't give youth only promises, because as a country we need to get to a point where youth come in and they're actually able to be exposed to tangible opportunities that transform their life. So that's really also part of our brand difference and what sets us apart from every other youth initiative that you'll hear of or you know of. Now, what are the reasons to believe for the audience that's seated here today? Why should you come on board, and why should you partner with an initiative of this nature? And it's really simple. We provide opportunities in 3 different spheres. We pose a marketing and brand impact opportunity. We pose a social and community impact opportunity. And we also then further offering an economic and impact opportunity over there for you. So in terms of our youth statistics, again, it's why we're here today. They're really bad, and Empower Youth is trying to address the narrative, change the statistic, and make sure that youth are not being left behind in ensuring that we provide them, again, with the opportunities that allow them to tap into a positive future. So that's also part of why we exist. So what exactly is Empower Youth? Empower Youth is a property that provides opportunities for youth by drawing collaborations. We do have objectives that then also drive what we do, and that include catalyst in bringing tangible change for our young people. We're trying to effectively address the triple challenges faced by youth today. So we're talking about unemployment, poverty, as well as inequality. And we're also looking to then further roll out this initiative. We started here in Orange Farm, we're still here, but we do need to make sure that we now tapping into other township areas. Youth unemployment and the triple challenges are a nationwide pandemic. So this is only just a starting point for us. But again, we need the support of industry experts and companies that come on board and they partner with us in being able to replicate this project into the other provinces that are within our nation. And again, our brand difference, like I've highlighted, is the fact that we're not of a talk and chalk notion. So youth come in and they're actually exposed to real opportunities. Now, this is a slide that I really like to show off about because it really shows our impact and what we've been able to bring forth just in the year of 2021. So on the far left, you'll see what we wanted to achieve last year. The middle column will expose you to what we were able to achieve. And then the last column then speaks to what we want to do for 2022. So in 2021, we wanted to see 5,000 youth exposed to real business and information. We were able to see through 15,000 youth exposed to real business and information. Now this audience was made up of an online audience as well as an in-person audience because this is a hybrid summit. And for this year, our target is to reach 20,000 youth. We further wanted to see 80 youth placed in active employment. We were able to see through 61. And our goal for this year is to see through 200 youth in active employment by the end of the summit. So that's next week, Saturday. We also wanted to see 150 youth in training and educational opportunities. We were able to see through, 259 of that number. And our goal for this year is to see through 1,000 that will be placed in training and educational opportunities. We also then partnered with the Innovation Hub in hosting a wonderful startup competition where we had 50 youth-owned businesses that were exposed and assessed in the year of 2021. And our goal for this year then is to see through 400 youth-owned businesses that will be exposed and assessed. So again, young people are going through a registration process currently where they are registering to participate in a Shark Tank, which we'll be hosting on Saturday the 28th of May. So it's really just a pitching session that will have different panelists rather from different entities. So we've got NYDA, we've got Africa Tikkun, we've got GEP, as well as the Innovation Hub, who will then be providing opportunities for youth that are within the entrepreneurship sector. We also then wanted to see 50 young entrepreneurs in business mentorship. We were able to place 25, and again our goal for this year is to see through 250 young entrepreneurs that will be placed in business mentorship. We wanted to see 10 young entrepreneurs placed into business opportunity. We were then able to see through 60, and our goal for this year is to see through 150 young people or young entrepreneurs that will be then placed in business opportunity. We further were able to see through 60 companies registered on CSD. This is also through a partnership that we had with eGov. They had their bus stationed here on location for the duration of the week, and youth were then able to engage. So these are the various entities that then participated in us being able to see the expressed numbers through. Next slide. So from a PR perspective, again, we do have a media presence. We have Palisa as well as Empowa who are doing a sterling job, including OPA as well. So last year we were then able to generate PR at the value of 3.4 million within just 1 month. And our target for this year is to reach 17 million worth in PR value. So again, the road to 17 million has begun and we're well on our way there. Again, because we are a hybrid summit, we roll out a robust digital campaign, also just as a mechanism to encourage youth to register on our website to attend the summit. We then also roll out all our digital initiatives, and these are the various platforms that we then engaged. As Salem and Palisa has already told us, we need to then make sure that we're running to all our Facebook pages, Twitter, YouTube, as well as Zoom, which will then be our streaming mechanisms for the duration of the week. So, getting down to the program for 2022, what we are doing this week is we're going to have different industry stages. On each industry stage will be panel discussions, keynote addresses, master classes, as well as workshops. And these are the various stages that we'll then be hosting. We've got our main stage, which is where I am now, center stage over there. We've got arts and culture stage just across from us, transport, 4IR, financial wellness and legacy building, entrepreneurship, health and wellness, career stage, as well as our retail stage. Now, these are the different stages that youth will then come in, create their own program, and attend according to their particular point of interest, just to make sure that we're then driving them accordingly in terms of the career growth or aspiration that then they have. So for 2023, what we want to do is go bigger and better than this year. We're looking at having 20 industry stages next year. So moving from the 9 currently, we're going to go to 20, 500 exhibitors. We're looking at pop-up and experiential workshops, master classes still, as well as, ongoing opportunities and on-site opportunities that will be presented to youth. And again, our dream is to replicate this project into other provinces within our country, making sure that we're hosting at least 20,000 youth at the same time. We're looking at then also ensuring that we move forward with our virtual platform, where they'll come in streaming as well as through in person. So the dates for 2023 are as follows. We've got the 23rd of May, that is a Monday, all the way to Saturday the 27th, and this will be next year. What is our goal? We're looking at then having partners come in and co-curate the program with us. We've got 20 stages. That means we've got 20 different opportunities for 20 different companies in different spheres. You come in, we co-curate the content, the panel discussions, the speakers, the master classes, and workshops. We're looking at having a daily theme like we do this year that will then guide the conversations that take place on each particular day. We also have a hope that the President of South Africa will also then address this gallery next year. So he'll be standing in front of us during the opening, because again, it will be a much bigger and better stage. Can we please then play the video from last year? And that will be it from me. I'm hoping that we'll get a great response in terms of, people coming forward and wanting to partner with us in growing this initiative and replicating it into other provinces, as youth unemployment, inequality, and poverty is a pandemic of its own. So let's hold hands and move forward together and ensure that we give youth the future that they deserve. We provide them with the opportunities that they deserve in order to tap into a positive future. Thank you very much.
EmpowaYouth, a transformation program, might just be a saving grace.
We really want to bring forth the sustainable opportunities for them, and we see it through.
The program seeks to address the multiple challenges faced by youth across the country.
Yeah. So we really just want to empower young people and allow them to unleash and unlock the potential that lies within them.
this is the right time to actually capture young people and infuse good values and character in them.
And it is such a pleasure to come to Empower Youth Week, because I really think that we need more platforms like this in our township.
The inspiration of why EmpowaWorks does what it does comes from the founder.
And the thinking and the future and the legacy of young people, and that's why we're doing this.
The power lies with you. Nobody else can take your power away from you. Go do what you want to do and go shine, invest in your craft, and let people know that you're really good at what you do.
Give every single opportunity your very best shot.
Stop looking at your circumstances. They don't define who you are.
It's okay to work and start from scratch.
It has been a wonderful experience and I have learned a lot, and thank you to Empower.
So while you're still alive, make the best of every given opportunity.
Do not allow society to pressure you to be what they want you to be as a young black South African.
If you live a life of intentions, there is nothing that you can ever achieve.
It's that singularity of purpose. It's never saying die.
I believe that every young people in Gauteng has to be exposed to this kind of empowerment.
It is important for us to take the fourth industrial revolution to all our communities. We cannot afford to leave our people behind.
Organizations such as EmpowaWorks and others create these platforms for us to enable, facilitate, and support youth development.
There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come.
For you, learn as much as you can and try to shape your lives.
We've gathered here, it's mind-blowing, and for the fact that I've met my role model here, who is Bishop Joshua Maponga, it's been quite a great experience.
Thank you so much, Dumilaru. What a beautiful presentation. I would love to call up our next speaker, who is a co-founder of EmpowerMen, Ntatis Chaba Mutsielwa.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I will be brief. Last year I spoke and I was going to repeat the same speech, but now it's there. Mine is to just reduce the big numbers to something small. We talk about 20,000 youth. These are big numbers. And sometimes the story gets lost in those big numbers. Let's start with just a number of one. There's a young man raised by a single mother right here in Orange Farm who had a dream that he needed to not only lift himself but everybody else around himself, as well as the community, so that the future that he enjoys is not by himself, but is everybody else. That young man knew that he had to have a company to be able to do something like that, hence creating EmpowaWorks. This is where some of the best professionals, including myself, if I may say, express gift and talent in the marketing space, and many others were put there. This company takes big ideas, audacious ideas, and brings them to life. The full value chain of the marketing fraternity was involved. You've got production, you've got eventing, you've got marketing, you've got content, everything all put together. And this started with the dream of a young boy growing up in Orange Farm to impact not just his life, but the lives of others, creating that company. If I have the one slide, which is the last slide. Over the years, he's created, or EmpowaWorks, let me not personalize it because he has a company, it's not about him. A couple of properties that we take into the market that talks to empower women across different industries, talks to the speaker's firm, empower men, curating conversations around how do men express masculinity in the 21st century, as well as empower youth, which is why we are here today. The vision of EmpowaWorks is simple. It's about to be the go-to agency for innovative, relevant, big ideas that work, and you'll see that this week as we go through the week. Simpio has a saying that I take heart to. He says, things don't go wrong. Things start wrong. Things don't go wrong, things start wrong. When you have a good start, raised by a mother who loves you, and you start from there and you love your community, we end up with you today, Simpiwe, sitting next to the minister and being able to introduce him. That's the power of one. Can you imagine if we take it to 20,000? Simpiwe.
Thank you so much, Chaba. That was.
Sorry.
Thank you so much, Ntatis Chaba. The minister has to rush somewhere. There's a saying that says, if there's no rush in Russia, no hurry in Harare. We shouldn't rush in South Africa. Because in the days of our lives, we need to be bold and beautiful. So we can go in the wild and find the young and restless and help them to find a need sitting so they can become a generation that will fight its scandal. And that's how we create a Rhythm City. On a serious note, I'm here to. It's a privilege, and I think you're right, Chaba, that truly it doesn't take a wise man from the east, nor a foresight of a prophet, nor a skin of a chameleon, nor a theosite of a pope, nor a wisdom of Koko Maweni, or some tricks of a Tinder swindler, to know that today it's a privilege. EmpowaWorks to be introducing the minister. But a bit of a background. I know that my colleagues have presented the property itself, why we're doing EmpowaYouth. I presented this idea to I spoke to Kathy. I've known Kathy for some time. So Kathy, this is what we want to do. Not in Sandton, we want to do it in Orange Farm. We want to bring industry and government opportunities for young people in Orange Farm. Because most of the things, either they're happening in Sandton, if not in Sandton, Soweto. And we know that Orange Farm is geographically displaced, and we said, let's bring it here. And Kathy said to me, if there's one minister that I know that has a good heart for young people and for this project, is our minister in the presidency. And Kathy called the minister. The minister responded positively to say, look, I will be there even today. Minister, in his busy schedule, he made sure that he comes and he attends. And the minister has made an undertaking that this event has to be 4 or 5 times, big this. Because, and let's give the minister a round of applause, and we want to say to the minister, we're taking that commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our minister in the president, the prime minister of this country, Minister Mondli Kungubele. Thank you.
Yo, hello everybody.
Are we fine? Are we ready to be young? And should I join youthfulness at 65? Yeah? Should I be young? Thank you very much. I don't like what you've done, Simpiwe. Because to gossip to you is to put oneself in trouble. Because now I've got nothing to say. Because the little important thing I thought I was going to say, you said it. Fine. Thank you, Program Director. Councillor Mukari is here. Or is somewhere in a funeral. Okay. Award-winning journalist and news anchor, Ms. Kathy Mutlatlan. Non-executive chairperson of Meta Capital, Mr. Mike Teke. Chairperson of GTDA, Sibongile Vilakazi. CEO of Ms. Mapefu Arno Frempong. Chairperson of NYDA Board, Ms. Asanda Luaca. Members of the arts industry present, musicians and other artists. Representatives of EmpowaYouth who invited us here today. And most importantly, all young people gathered here today. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to start by expressing my gratitude in having been invited to this opening of the second annual EmpowaYouth 2022. We have no doubt that this week-long summit, which is aimed at bringing services to youth from areas that have been historically disadvantaged, like Orange Farm, will yield the necessary result in ensuring that young people are able to access the kind of opportunities which will allow young people to change their material conditions. Young people face a myriad of challenges across the South African landscape, from high unemployment to various forms of poverty, education inequality, lack of access to mentorship programs, and many others hinder the youth from bettering their lives if they don't have access to these. Thank you, Simpiwe, and your team for taking that initiative, including Kathy. As government, we are astutely aware of the state of youth in the country and the rising levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality which face the youth and women most severely. It is for this reason that we are proud to partner with initiatives such as EmpowaYouth, which aims to work with government in addressing challenges faced by people. That's exactly what I didn't want Simpiwe to say. I'm saying it is for this reason that we are proud to partner. I thought that was going to be said by me. Now it's being said by Simpiwe. Fine. Next time I won't whisper anything to you. EmpowaYouth Week and all the activities which will ensue over the next few days is exemplary of the subject that our president spoke of when he delivers the station address earlier this year. If I open quote, the president said, "It is a fact of our to young people. The present situation of deep poverty, unemployment, and inequality is unacceptable and unsustainable." Close quote. Ladies and gentlemen, youth development and empowerment form the focus of government initiative. Government has through various initiatives identified the need for fundamental reforms to revive economic growth, to deal with immediate crisis, and to create conditions for stability and development. Working in partnership with business, organized labor, and community representatives, we are creating for young people to be exposed to the world of work through internships, through apprenticeship, through mentorship, through entrepreneurship, and all these activities that government undertakes actually claims to be doing. We want to see them being displayed during this exhibition. Thus, we need this new consensus to address the challenges of unemployment and inequality. Therefore, government, along with our social partners, agree the state must create an environment in which private sector can grow the economy and create jobs. We will determine that we must take to build such consensus on what trade-offs are needed and how we can all contribute. How we can all contribute almost, which, I beg your pardon, many of the problems in South Africa, in South African economy, are deep and structural. It is therefore paramount that government creates an enabling environment for business to thrive. Part of our discussions with ways in which to review labor market regulations for smaller business to enable them to hire while continuing to protect workers' rights. We reiterate our commitment to reducing red tape so that companies can more easily grow and create jobs, especially for young people. In this regard, the President has created a dedicated capacity in the presidency to reduce red tape and to improve the business environment for all sizes. My cabinet calls will outline when they form part of the various activities during the course of this week. There are a number of employment initiatives underway. The Department of Home Affairs will recruit no less than 10,000 unemployed young people for digitization of paper records through the Presidential Employment Stimulus. The Social Employment Fund will create a further 50,000 work opportunities using the capacity of organizations beyond government in areas such as urban agriculture, early childhood development, and tackling gender-based. The Department of Higher Education and Training will place no less than 2,000 unemployed TVET graduates in workplaces. Resources have been made available to recruit and train an additional 12,000 police personnel that urgently get the capacity it needs. Government has also increased the value and expanded the criteria for participation in the employer tax incentive to make it easier for businesses to hire young people. These are about some of the strides government is making in ensuring that we respond to the state of youth in the country. Youth empowerment has long been identified as a catalytic tool for tackling youth unemployment and other youth challenges. However, many factors hinder the expansion of youth empowerment to reach the goal. When assessing the progress around education, skills, and second chances, the intention is to improve access to, I beg your pardon, when assessing the progress around education, skills, and second chances, the intention is to improve access to equality education, which unlocks the potential of young people by building their capabilities. Is increased participation of youth in education across all furthermore, has been access to educational facilities and services as well as education opportunities. The government of South Africa has instituted a plethora of policies and legislation to provide access to ICT infrastructure and affordability to promote the use of ICRs in education for the advancement of people. This progress is rapidly being changed by the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, which consists of an environment in which a range of new innovations and technologies that blend the physical, digital, and biological worlds across disciplines. The 4IR demands that youth be equipped with technological and digital skills, as well as policy environment that enables young people to participate in emerging digital innovations and economies. The inclusion of South African youth remains a key aspiration. There were several interventions aimed at improving the health and welfare of youth, in particular legislation, policies and initiatives, and campaigns. Examples of these include prevention of and treatment of substance abuse, the Choice of Termination Pregnancy Act, the introduction of school health services through the integrated school health policy, child support grants, and many others. These policies and legislation focuses on innovative youth-oriented programs and technologies to promote the mental health and well-being of young people, prevent violence and substance abuse, testing and treating young people for HIV and TB. The focus on social cohesion and nation building is on creating a unity of purpose to overcome obstacles preventing success and equity. Youth empowerment and participation of our country. Fellow compatriots, as we gather here today, the above is but a few initiatives. I was just reading a speech. I want to have a little conversation with you. You see, when you must read the speech. Because when you go back, they wrote you a speech, you didn't read the speech. But all what is contained in that speech is true. But I thought, I want to say to Simpiwe and the team, our country is walking on a difficult path. And true to a number of reasons, others made by some amongst ourselves, and which we should own up. Ideally, economies that suffered melt down because of a number we struggle to recover. Corruption, inefficiency, laxator, unresponsive and uncommunicating government. All those issues have undermined the ability of us to create economic activities for young people to access opportunities. I want to say we had an option to cry about that, fold our arms, in the sun, saying, God, you know what happened, what you do. And differently, they said, if you've got eyes, God gave them to you to use. If you've got brain, you got it from God. You've got ears, you've got it from God. Able to walk. You can't say to God, please help me see because you've got the eyes to see. God help me hear because he has given you ears to hear. Help me breathe. You are breathing because God has given you all those things. I guess if God were to meet us in some platform, a number of us would be grounded or demerited. I don't know what God will do because we will be asking God to give us all the things God has given us. And I think this youth empowerment is saying we've got all what it takes. Sometimes some of you see us being ministers where we come from. A little story. I'm one of the 5 children, remaining one today. All others passed on. I was in the middle. My sister and the elder brother, my sister and the younger brother was in the middle. For whatever reason, I was remaining. We spent years not knowing what to eat the following day. I left school at a standard 4. I don't know what grade is that in terms of the current language. In our time, it was called standard 4. When I left school, I was patching a patch. I don't know what you mean patching a patch. You know when your trouser has a hole, you patch. But when the patch gets another hole, you are patching a patch. I reached a state in 1973 where I was a patch. And I remember that in that morning, all of us, we had stomachache because, you know, hunger pangs. I went at the age of 16. We were not allowed to work. All of my go back. But because the officer knew the situation in my family, he says, no, they will see where they place it. I came back to school, worked for my family. I ended up having a professional nurse. It was not an easy path. But all I'm saying, not all of you have to walk that path now. And now of you should start better than we did, because it is not correct that I had to walk that path to be where I am. I could have been something else. But all I'm saying, if you follow my path and many others, it can be done. It is possible. So as Simpiwe has said, we are going to work with you. And I've already said, spoken to the youth unit in the presidency, we must be part of the preparations for next year. We must go engage industry to come and make exhibitions here. Because Dumi Leru said, let's stop exposing, although it is not wrong to me to expose them to promises, but it must be promises that translate to real opportunities. Neither of the two is wrong. All of them are right. But I know if promises go long without real opportunities, you end up hating the promises. So I don't think Dumi was fighting. Proud of the young people I saw here. Molo, Shabalala, Sechaba, Kestin, Dumi, Simpiwe, all here. I thought I had all of them in my head and my memory is failing me. And I want to say to that group, keep giving hope to young people. I just want to share this to you. If you listen to what the president is doing, our economy has gone flat. Industrial capacity has gone down. We have got structural reform that undermine the ability of the economy to perform. At least the spectrum now has been released. Few legal things that are there. Once the spectrum starts flowing, there's a lot of access to data at a cheaper and less cost level for young people through your ordinary cell phone. The other challenge of structural reform is the rail corridor. If you look at what is happening there, we are supposed to make sure that the ports function so that those who come and invest in our country know that they will be able to sell goods outside, know that they can be able to import whatever they need to come easily in our country. But the challenge is that the infrastructure there is bad, and informal settlements are encroaching what to call the rail line, and the communication systems are not operating properly. A lot of goods are on the road instead of being on what to call on the rail line, and they reduce the quality of what to call off-road. We must change all those things, because huge weight of such goods is not sustainable on the what to call on the ground. It works better and cheaper along the what to call the rail line. Already the president, to promote competitiveness on the rail corridor, third parties are being introduced so that government does not operate alone, because this thing called government, when it is alone and it is the only thing that can give service, iyalala, sometimes produce services at a low level of efficiency. But when there is a partner who can take you out of business, you start waking up. And then we want to make sure that there's that competition in the rail, what to call, in the rail sector. Also, there's an economic bill of the economic regulation bill. It seeks to make sure that Transnet is not a player and a regulator. Transnet must go there and be a player like Kumba and others. And we know that when that happens, efficiencies are going to actually come. And more participation in the economy, knowing that your goods can move. I said rail, I said the other issue, security of what to call of water, security of energy, and all those issues we are working on. You know what ESCOM is doing to us now. But the attitude of the finance minister and the president is that our future in energy is not just about ESCOM, it's about the availability of energy. If it is possible to have energy whilst you are sorting out ESCOM, we are fighting hard that energy must come. That's why the president lifted the ceiling of energy from the 10 megawatts now to allow in private sector to go to a level of 100 what to call megawatts. We are also looking at all those things that hinder the ability to actually take advantage of that opportunity. Given another chance, I'm prepared to come, but our guys, I'm going to encourage one or two of them to come and take you through all the details, not of promises to me, of the work that is being done. Last year, President's stimulus, employment stimulus, spent no less than 11 billion, no less than 500 1,000 people were employed and 60% were young people and more than 50% were women. This year, from 1st of April, the president has put out 18 billion, which I'm saying Simpiwe must interact with the youth unit. Those opportunities are all over the country, in agriculture, in education, in a number of opportunities, in a number of government protocols, to make sure that whilst young people are looking for bigger jobs, they have got access to economic environment that can give them an earning at the end of the month, at the same time improve their what to call skill, improve their employability. All I'm saying, I'm just here now not to tell you a lot of things, but to say government is part of this, government will be part of this. I said to Kathy, I am recruited, I'm a member, I need a card so that I perform all the duties of a member of this initiative. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask the EmpowaYouth team just to come and take a picture with the minister, including our partner, representing our partner, Baba James. Where's the EmpowaYouth? Can you rush quickly? The minister has to rush. Let's take a picture with the minister quickly. Come, just a second. Thank you so much. And we are still saying to industry, please talk to us. The conference is starting tomorrow for young people. Talk to us. Go to our website, co.za. To me, details are there. Talk to us. Opportunity for industry and government departments.
Let's quickly grab that shot. It's beautiful to hear that government is really doing its best to partner with us to ensure that we impact the youth in the way that they need. And these are the sorts of words that I need to hear, because we can't do this without our principles. We can't do this without our heads. And thank you so much. Those fitting and Minister. Let's give him a round of applause one more time. Apparently, we have somebody else who's going to grace our stage. Who is it?
Yes, definitely. I think umafika late to Saka Corner. Nyimbonile ngathi ungena nge-grand entrance. I would love us to give a warm welcome to a well-known comedian, Isaac Gambo.
It's like a big round of applause. Asami, man. Not me being a gentleman. Pegamina.
Yeah, you guys look good. Let's give Usipo no. Let's give them hands, man. They brace him. Shabong. Yes. And Ningalandeli Minister Nyokela ma food parcel. Da siyabonga kakhulu. Ningayike kubaba Nyokela ma minister. Sibonga abafundisi abalove baza la asibashayeleni izandla. Siyabonga kakhulu, man. Ba thina ke singamadoda strong ke. Amadoda achadileyo thina noTata uMondi sinxiba ijezi ngaphansi kwayo yonke into. Because we're not exhausting the government funds. Shabulela man, Dad Monde. You know, ngiyaqala ukuzwa an ANC guy telling a sober story. Like, Dandi Kwatepa. You know, you are a true comrade. Let's give Dad Monde a hand. He's a true comrade. You know, Istorsaki, you can relate. Dandi Kwatepa. I was patching a patch on a patch. I'm a comrade. They come with all these ridiculous stories that make us realize exile was a holiday. Because I'm telling you, all the time, when they... Yo, yamandikele whiskey. Yankumbuze Russia. For kwakhe eNigeria kwidantatati nasilapha ke ndihamba nechief yam ke uYurkevich yandipufe icoat yofele lobhere eyasala kwintombi zasemdantsane sithetha ke nechief yam silinde inqanawa ne-AK-47 eziqhushumbisi igama layo ibiyikayitrina Vryborov 657-99 Tell Brandt ndiqhubeke nestory. You just gave us a sober one, man. Shabulela that month. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Being black, you're the only people with concentration. You know, one thing I love about this Zion is the only church that allows our people to be childish. Because you find 50-year-olds back to the Sunday school. Hi, bo, and they're 50. There's not even a young person there. And then they start playing hide and seek. Mugupina. Being black is a lot of work, man. That's why I'm happy today we gathered and talking inspiration. You know, these are still strong men. You can tell they don't listen to R&B. I'm a tandem shop. I hate them. It feels like Simpra. This is look beautiful. It's like Deb July. Let's give EmpowaYouth a hand. It's like Deb July. My problem, I've always gravitated towards being masculine, being a man. You know that you must keep your structure, be a man. That's why at the age of 5, I knew that the R&B was for weak men. Gents, we are suffering so much as black people. If you talk about R&B, just know he was weak. Imagine an old man saying, Ashimo mo mo. Ashimo mo mo. Ashimo mo. Nah, that's not manly, man. You know, I want to have money. I don't know how much time, but I want to have money so badly. Because I've realized that as black people, we claim to have money. We don't really have siyazama. You know, now there was this kukula just recently in KZN. And I realized that you can't fake being rich. We have a program on TV called Rich Housewives of Durban. They didn't contribute a cent through the floods. I don't blame them. We have not been rich for over 100 years. There's things that shows up to we're getting there. You can't say you're a philanthropist. Philanthropists are rich people who don't know where to find poor people. That's why about Princess Diana, they always say, I contribute over 65,000 of my wealth to all the orphanage. When you write on Facebook, where can I donate clothes? Don't you know poor people? Don't you have poor cousins? One thing if there's some be rich, I get come Tomyama, okay, rich or not, philanthropist or not, we still do all of those crappy things. The reason why I want to have money is just to offend white people. I don't want to buy Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Gucci's. Those are things for people who seek approval. I want to buy umtana umlung. When I've got $1 billion, you'll see. I'll have umtana umlung ambapagum. But do you want this one? Do you want that one? And then take the umlung. And then I give him a name in 2 minutes. You know, just mess him up, man. You know, abukela abantu bahlaba inkomo. And like, I just stressing it out. And then you know white people won't believe it because a bank cannot finance jeans. Then number nomntana omlungu. Bese umshiya supermarket ngamabomu. By announcement, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly attend to your kid. A 1-year-old, he's actually a brunette with blue eyes, and he's a. Please kindly attend. Bese ngiyekwe ngithi ngibamba ibhande ngithi. Why are you intimidating a baby? Ndithi 10 kuwe wena. Ufuna ukukunyisa xa sifika endlini. Thangi ndathi uhambe wethu. Then that time, what is your name? That in a stranger. You know, white people, they'll actually think that he's one of them. And they listen to go. The 10 go. What are you saying to him? He can't understand. What's wrong with you, Marilyn? You're not going to Kameli one. Marilyn. Okay, prove it that is your kid. One thing that proves you are black and how we speak, we got English. We're not born with it. We read it, we heard it on TV. That's how our projection is not the same. But the most important part why we learned English was not to get lost. It's not for conversational reasons, it's for direction. If you ask a white kid and say, what's your name? Say, my name is Keegan, and he's done. This is my son, Marilyn. Do you want me to prove? Prophet, I bet you, prophet. My name is Kabiso Kampu. I live at 408 Kama Street. Utatamgo Isaac, and he's wearing a red thing. And gentlemen, my name is Isaac. Thank you. That's my talk.
Let's give another massive round of applause to Isaac. I keep on bumping into this gentleman a number of times, and every time I'm always lost for words because we are song in the East End, yabo. It's said that he does not have the looks, but I am compensating for the district. Let's give Isaac a big round of applause. I'm seeing a familiar face from where I know it from. I know you. And the work you're doing is amazing. Let's give you a round of applause. I want one of these. EP band inkosi yami. Yazi mina ngithanda i-band because sina as abantu abamnyama sithanda music. Don't we? Ningazenzi ngathanazi ngoba mangasi sicule manje angeke nihlale phansi. Mangathi sicule manje angeke nihlale phansi. But no ningawari band, ningawari band akakabi isikhathi senu. Akakabi isikhathi senu. Manginifuna though ngizonithola. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand when I'm Tomusha olana namhlanje. Ngiyanibona laphayana. I can see some over there and I can see some over there. I have to make a very important announcement to the youth that is here today and throughout the week. This week is all about you. It's all about you. Ngicela ngikhuphule kancane so that they hear me clearly. Because the computer ne tavern yaka Mam Chumaima lapha. And let me get off this high podium so that I can be within the people. For you to position yourself anywhere in the world, in the country, in the community that you live in, you need to make sure that you are visible. You need to know what it is that you can offer that no one else can, and ride it and ride that wave. And ensure that you position that as your selling point. Because sina as abantu abasha sina lento yokuthi mina ngihlala Orange Farm. Ama opportunity awekho. government akadelivi, kwenzakalani. I am a young boy from Davidson who is experiencing, or you used to experience, the same things that you are experiencing today. But I realized, Anna man, ekhaya bebangiphaphela bathi ya wena ukhuluma kakhulu. Wena unomlomo omude wena Sipho uyaphapha. But then I realized, how can I make money out of that? Because sometimes people will attack you, sometimes people will bully you, sometimes people will discourage you and tell you, Ugusi, this specific trait of yours is a bad one. But if you are smart and strategic enough, you can use the very same traits that people are intimidated of to your advantage. Owa mina ngiyakhuluma mina nginempempe vele mina nginempempe mina. Ngiyazikhulumela. But I've decided to use this very gift to my advantage. Because uba nomunye MC ofana nami, I mean sengiyasho hayi ukuthi ngiyabreka uba awunema omunye MC onentshebe omuhle omhlophe onamadrade emlomeni akekho. So please, this week you need to spend time strategically positioning yourself, strategically networking, taking numbers, getting into contact with people and saying, yazi mina ngiyathunga, mina ngiyapheka, mina ngiyamodela, mina ngiyenza so. And that's only when you can tap into the true opportunities that we have this week. Can I get a yes if you are going to do that? Can I get a big fat yes? A big fat yes? Can I get a yes from this side? Ngiyabonga sithandwa zami. Now, we are about to have a panel discussion. And I'd like us to keep it nice and soft. Ingabi heated. This is not attack. Yabo. Singari. Ibe nice. Ibe sweet. We've got incredible speakers, amazing chairpersons, and all of these designations that are here to speak to us about what they are doing and what we need to do as the youth to get ahead in life. And I'm going to introduce onto the stage, as we have our Transformation Week launch panel discussion, the chairperson's conversation of economy and youth employment post-COVID. Because COVID year starting training, I was very mad with COVID. Asena magigi, askwazi kuyalana, asakwazi nokuya konka. Angithi mina ngihlale ngiyakhona, but like this ngiyakwazi kuya konka. But I've got an incredible facilitator that I'm going to call on stage. I love Usis Kathy and the work that she does. She is a stalwart in how she really uzomuzwa man. I don't need to sing her praises. Uzombona makafika Usis Kathy man. Uyayibamba indaba. Can I introduce on stage Usis Kathy Mutlahlane, and she is going to introduce everyone that she's going to be working with. She's an award-winning broadcast journalist and a senior news anchor. This is Kate. This is Kathy. Please join us on stage. Let's give her a massive round of applause. This mic is yours. Do you have a lapel, or would you like this one? Excellent. Thank you so much, Siswamine. Have fun.
Thank you so much for that, Sipho. I know this is literally the last year of my youth. I wouldn't be able to stand for ANC Youth League president because I probably wouldn't meet the age criteria. But I never expected to be called a stalwart. I'm just like, stalwart kamuka. I'm a veteran. Hey, no, I don't know, but thank you so much for that. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's so great to be in your company, and it's great to see the number of people that have come out today to support this initiative. You know, there's so much power in having a program like this meet young people where they are and expose them to opportunities that take them not beyond just a township like Orange Farm, but that can potentially open doors for them beyond this country and be the greatest exports that we have possibly ever seen in South Africa. I love the story that Minister Gungubele shared, because you don't know what somebody else's story is. You look at people and you think, oh my gosh, I want to be like this person, or I want to be like that person. But you don't understand the journey that they have walked. And it's these little steps that you don't take for granted. Some of the biggest and most life-changing moments I've had in my life have been when somebody handed me an application form and said, oh, by the way, there's this scholarship. Here are the forms, apply. There's a fellowship taking place. Here are the forms, apply. And sometimes it looks like you're sending things into the unknown, the World Wide Web. You don't even know the faces of the people that are going to be sitting down, adjudicating over that application form. But what is the risk of not sending it? It's that you don't even get to be considered. So you can look and say, well, if I send this, what if nothing happens? Well, what if you send it and something happens? What if you do get a call back? What if that opportunity leads you into something else? What if that one opportunity is going to lead to the rest of your life? So the conversations that you're going to have for this week, don't take it for granted. The things that change our lives are not big things. They're the things that are right in front of you. Sometimes you're sitting next to somebody and you're like, you know, I was sitting next to this person. Yeah, just, they were okay. But you didn't even take the initiative to find out, who are you? What do you do? What are you about? Because you might be looking for an opportunity out there. Kanti, it's right here, next to you. I've often found that the people that are most willing to help us along our journeys are not the ones that come out saying, yeah, I'm the boss, I'm the man, I make things happen. No, it's often the quiet people in the room. They're sitting, they're watching, they're listening to everybody, and yet they have the biggest power, they have the biggest influence. So look around you. Your next opportunity might be sitting right next to you. Conference with a purpose. Don't just conference for the sake of conferencing. This week, tell yourself that I'm going to be intentional about what I get out of this week. And it's a pleasure to be in your company. So what we'll do is that we're just going to have an informal conversation. And we'll be talking to some of the heads of agencies in Gauteng, but also a big one, which is the National Youth Development Agency. And I'll give an opportunity for members of the audience to also ask questions to the guests that are going to join me up on stage. And, you know, I was feeling young before today, and I'm looking at our MCs, and I'm like, yeah, no. It right, ne? Let me not waste time, and I'm going to ask our guests to come on. I'm going to ask the chairperson of the GGDA to come and be on stage, Dr. Vilakazi. Let's give her a round of applause. I'm going to ask the chairperson of MMN, that is Milton Nkosi. And then I'm going to ask the chairperson of the NYDA, and that is Asanda Luwaga, to come on stage. A very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you so much for being available to participate in this panel. Before we get into the work that your individual agencies do, I know you will all have different stories to share. And I want you, just in your own words and through your own experiences, build on what I have said about the fact that we access opportunities through little moments like this, through interactions like this, and perhaps in your own career, in your own journey, some of the things that have been life-changing for you and how those things came about. Dr. Vilakazi?
Thank you so much, Kathy, and the team for inviting us here as GGDA. I've got my team, they're here, and they'll be here for the rest of the week, exhibiting. So if you are a youth and you're here, please go to their stall as well and see what opportunities are there for everyone. I think the point you are making is it's valid, and I think it's valid for everyone. All of us are where we are today because of someone that you may have met, whether consciously or unconsciously, and that person turns out to have an influence in some structure. And I mean, in the current role that I'm in right now, had hunted me to be in this role. I met him through something like this, but it was a presidential conversation. And I happened to stand and said something that so provocative to me and gave me his card. That's the MEC. That was many years ago, it's not even now. And he gave me his card, and later, many years later, I got a call from him because he had been also serving, and he asked me, could you please come in and assist here? So it's so true for everyone. It's always in spaces that you're not thinking thinking that there might be an opportunity, but put your best foot forward, and things happen from there.
Absolutely. And also it took a couple of years before you got that call back, and it shows just how things work out in the time that they're meant to. Milton?
Well, thank you very much, Kathy. It's good to be with you on the stage. We always love watching you on television, and to see you in face-to-face in real time is quite an honor and a privilege. But it's even more of an honor and a privilege to be here in Orange Farm and to be amongst the youth of Orange Farm. We are here because we want to support the opportunities that are presented and that are going to be presented this week. We want you to be the beacon of hope to other townships like Orange Farm across the length and breadth of this beautiful country. So we want you, as you know the saying, you must grab these opportunities like you grab a bull by the horns. You must be ambitious. You must want to succeed. You never left Orange Farm to go to Santon, as Simpiwe Masiza said earlier today. The opportunities came here to you. So you must make use of this opportunity. I am from Orlando West in Soweto, and I support Orlando Pirates. Let me declare.
We won't ask you about Friday night.
I'm declaring it because once a pirate, always a pirate. We were in the final, others were not. We're very proud. But I'm also mentioning this because Orlando Pirates is supported by ordinary people. We are part of this country, not just because we love football, but because we want to contribute to the economy of the country. My story is so simple. I'm from Orlando West, Soweto, and I worked as a journalist for many years, 3 decades. And 2 years ago, I set up my own company. I left. You get tired of working for other people sometimes in life, don't you? So I want you to get tired of working for other people. Don't come here looking for jobs. Come here looking for opportunity. Because sometimes you'll get an opportunity to start your own thing, not to be employed. I've now started my own thing. I'm chairman of MMN International Consulting. MMN is me, Milton Machahankosi. This is to tell you this story. I'm not telling you to brag. I'm telling you that if I can do it from Orlando West, supporting Orlando Pirates, you can do it. And probably you can do it better because you support Sundowns. Okay, that's my intro. Thank you so much. I hope that you make this week a success, not just for yourself, for your families, for your neighborhoods, and for South Africa.
Thank you so much for that, Milton. He's also being quite conservative in his description. He's one of the former BBC bureau chiefs and one of the few South Africans that has risen up the leadership ranks with a global company such as the BBC. So I just had to throw it in there, Milton. He wasn't just a journalist. He used to report to London. In fact, he was one of the London bosses at some time.
Wow.
Asanda.
Thank you very much, Kathy, and good afternoon, everyone. Just to put a disclaimer, there's a youth endala. So you're not in actual fact an elder. You are 34.99999. So you're still within the youth bracket. And you can contest whatever youth organization or leadership role that you want to occupy. But on a lighter note, I think, one is to really just just take this opportunity to appreciate an organization of this nature that is able to pull together private, public partners, and with the ultimate goal of, really bringing, opportunities to young people. Now, I always used to say that we should never underestimate or undermine such platforms because, just for the value that they can add in changing the material conditions of young people. Now, in another life of mine, in my activism, we'd always say that when we are converging as young people and we are deliberating on key policies that affect, young people, is that we should never underestimate just the role of, the inputs that we get from, that we gauge from everyone, one, but also the value add that young people can have in depositing and shaping the trajectory of this country. So, platforms of this nature really don't just serve as a talk show platform, but really they have so much value insofar as, bringing, the necessary services, the necessary products to the youth. And I was actually encouraged, driving along the main road here, and just seeing so many houses that have businesses, right? And I'm sure we'll probably get into those discussions, but it's so encouraging that a community is able to take its development to that level of seriousness. And the fact that everyone is sitting here when they could have been at home, It is a rather cold day, but everyone took a conscious decision to be here because they want to leverage on these opportunities. So, iyancomeka loo nto. It really just goes to show that youth are not this lost generation that we are purported to be, and that young people really do want to take it upon themselves to really change the material conditions, but also shape the country. And so seeing young people gathered here is really encouraging. Thanks.
Dr. Vilakazi, let me come back to you and ask you about the role that you believe business has and can play when it comes to young people. Because earlier on this week, we were in conversation just with a couple of youth from this area. And, one of the things they said to me is that, Kathy, we're constantly told that we must make it. Everybody comes to us and tells us, make it. We are living with the pressure of having to make it. We're dealing with depression, we're dealing with anxiety, because no matter how hard we try, we still find ourselves stuck in the same place. So things don't change not because of a lack of effort, but there's something that's not happening from without when it comes to creating access to opportunities for these young people. So what is the role that business can play? And I want you to speak about your organization also specifically, because there's a responsibility that each and every organization, that each and every one of us has to the young people of this country.
I think you've summed it up nicely at the end. It's a responsibility that each and every one of us have to the youth of this country. So it's not just business. And it starts from home. I also deal with young people, and that message, I hear it quite a lot, that they are feeling defeated because there's just, some of them are even in higher learning institutions, thinking that they've made the right step to go and get a qualification, and they come out and they can't find employment. They go back to the very same situation that they were trying to leave behind. So the situation is real and it's dire. And it's a responsibility of each one of us in society to change these things. And how do you change it? You change them by being deliberate, that in a country or in an environment, even a home, a space where you have different individuals, you have to have clear plans about the future of those individuals. Whether it's it's children, how are they being taken care of, which school do they go to, young people, what's going to happen to them when they finish school? Women, what's going to happen to our women in our society? And I think as a country, we have failed our young people because we have not planned properly. That what does our people agenda mean as a country? Not let's create jobs. It's more than that. It's about what kind of a society do you want to build and who contributes how in that society that we want to build. For instance, one of the things that young people complain about is that when you go into looking for a job, your first job, you get asked for experience, and then they're like, but where do I get experience from? Because I haven't worked. If we had packaged that idea correctly, we would be saying that young people need to learn how to contribute to society very early on. You don't start contributing to society when you start working or when you start getting older. I mean, some of us know we grew up with roles. I mean, I used to have to, because we didn't have water in the house, I would have to go and pick water and bring it to the house. That was my role. So you learn very early on to contribute, that in society, you must add value. You can't just be idling outside and all of that, and then only later we bring you in. So we should be creating systems that say young people must earn points for contributing one way or another to society. And then you will use those points when you start your first job, for instance, to say, this is what I've been doing, and this is how it's been monitored throughout this time. But because we have not planned, we are reacting, and we find our young people, they are looking for jobs, and then suddenly we're asking for things that difficult for them to produce because we did not prepare them for that. So as a society, we've failed our young people, and hopefully we can realize that, and all of us, each one of us, because it's not government's role, business role, so-and-so's role, it's all of us, that let's build a country deliberately, that what kind of a society are we looking for, and who must do what to get us to the society that we are looking for. So as GGDA, we exist to stimulate the economy. That's what we are put there for. We are the implementation arm of the Department of Economic Development, and our job is to ensure that the economy is growing. It's stimulated in different ways. One of those is being part of initiatives like this, but the main one is infrastructure development, and that will create then jobs, strategic infrastructure development, attracting investment into those projects that would have been identified. That's what we exist for. And a big part of that is making sure that young people, well, it's all segments of our population, but young people in particular, because of the dire space that we find ourselves in, it's unsustainable. So all of us have to do something about the high youth unemployment. So we are there for that. We exist for that. And that's why we're here. And the whole week we'll be here, basically showcasing those opportunities.
Milton, in an environment where there is no clear-cut policy that gives direction to young people around these are the things that you can be doing so that once you're done with school or even a degree, and there are 300 applications sitting on somebody's table, this is what is going to make you stand out. What is the shared learning that needs to be happening, perhaps even between some of us who are already employed with those who aren't employed, with those who are still in school? Because when we say it's a responsibility of all of us, that's what you're saying. It's that if you have a job, that means that you're in a position to empower somebody who doesn't have a job.
Yeah, that's so important. So, for instance, there are 60.1 million people in South Africa. Okay, that's a statistic. It's a fact. You can go and double check it with Stats SA. If you didn't know, you can mention it at the dinner and you'll sound smart. There are 60.1 million people in South Africa. The competition is high. Okay, there's no one who's worried about you. People are worried about themselves. They're trying to get to the front of the queue. So, if the competition is that high, what are you doing to try and make yourself appear differently? Okay? You can't just say, I also want to go and work at Deba because the minister said he worked at Deba. You know, you must have your own personal attributes that will propel you forward. So, for instance, you know, we are all talking about the statistic, the youth employment programs. These are all very important things to mention. But when you go back home in your bedroom, you're alone. There's no statistic, there are no millions. It's just you, and in that mirror, you are seeing yourself. The first thing you must do, you must love yourself, okay? If everybody doesn't like you in your neighborhood, your school, your friends, let them go to hell. You love yourself. And by loving yourself, you are going to build confidence about how you look, how you sound. Make yourself a practice exercise by looking in the mirror. You can take a bottle of lotion and start singing to the mirror if you love music. You can start speaking like Kathy Mushashana if you want to. But build something around your confidence. Your confidence is what translates to good communication and connections, okay? Number 2, love cleanliness. You must hate debt and filth. You must be clean at all times, even if you don't have a bar of soap. Just wipe yourself, make sure you look presentable all the time, okay? There's a very nice saying I grew up with called cleanliness is next to godliness. Okay. Now, if you are clean, you love a clean environment, you will see a change in your life. The other example is you must read, okay? If you have not read a book since the beginning of this year, you must feel ashamed of yourself. Not to anybody, you are ashamed of yourself with yourself. That I've never read one book since the beginning of the year. We're now in June. For goodness sake, what's going on with me? Okay, read newspapers. Okay, read. If you are not reading, you are not succeeding. Okay, it's as simple as that. Those 60 million people are going to be ahead of you. You'll be number last. Number 3. If you are reading and you are clean and you are building confidence, you are not just going to move forward if you are not propelling yourself to the front. So you must have ambition, the hunger to succeed. The people who were talking here today, what makes them different from the people they grew up with is because they had ambition. Number 4 or number 5, I've lost count of what I'm telling you. It's so important. You must watch who you hang around with. Okay? The English say, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Okay? Look who's hanging around you. Your friends. Okay? Sometimes they say, also in English, birds of the same feather flock together. I grew up knowing that. If you're hanging around with lazy people who are smoking ganja, well, that's where it's going to end up, okay? But if you're hanging around with people who are ambitious, who are reading, who are confident, guess what's going to happen? It's going to start like COVID. You will also inhale it, okay? And then you'll start having the same thing. So these are the small areas, Kathy, where people can try to change their lives one step at a time, away from the big programs we're talking about. When you're alone, that's where your mindset ought to be. And you must also want to help other people. Share your knowledge. Give of yourself. It doesn't matter even if you are not paid. If you go in and clean for the lady next door, if she's too old to clean for herself, or you help someone carry a bucket of water, be a helpful citizen. That will change your life. Yeah. Believe you me, it will.
I love what you said, and it begins with being able to love oneself, because the biggest feedback that young people often get when they come out of interviews is that companies say they're not confident enough. They don't believe in themselves. They don't believe what they are telling us, and that's why we can't hire them. It's not because they didn't have the right kind of skills. Sometimes we'll give a job to somebody who doesn't have the skills we're looking for, but has that ambition and has that fire and has that confidence to deliver whatever it is that's in front of them. Asanda, you are basically carrying the burden of making sure that young people in this country are not let down as the chairperson of the NYDA. And unfortunately, when you talk about the NYDA to many young people, they roll their eyes. They're like, don't tell us about those people. We don't know who they are. We actually don't care about who they are because we don't see the difference of the work that they're doing in their lives. They're just connected young people that are sitting there enjoying money while our lives are stuck. These are the things that young people have to say. And I want to give you an opportunity to talk about the work of the NYDA and the role that you believe it can play. You guys just came in last year, if memory serves correct. So it's not an awful amount of time, but an opportunity to tell us what it is that's going to be happening under your stewardship for young people of the country. Hey?
Yeah, no, I think one, you know, when we speak about, you know, the perceptions that exist within the NYDA, whether they are right or wrong, it's not a conversation we should be having. But what we should be getting to a point is, how do we have an agency that is meant to mainstream youth development, but also looking at our mandate and our core activity as the NYDA is to serve as a lobby and advocacy group. So we understand that, yes, you know, the challenges that young people face are enormous. You know, the stats, you know, the figures are there. Youth unemployment is at its highest. Unemployment, poverty, you know. So we really want to get to a point where we're not just regurgitating that rhetoric, but getting to a point of saying, okay, how do we, as an agency that is positioned with this mandate, actually execute on that? And one of the areas, and then I think it would be borrowing from, you know, what the president had said in his State of the Nation address this year. So he spoke about the need of a social compact, or building a social compact, right? So the understanding there is that, you know, the participation of young people in the mainstream economy ought to be the responsibility of all stakeholders. So when that then inculcates this idea of a social compact, wherein every member of society takes ownership insofar as alleviating poverty, unemployment, and reducing hunger, right? So as the agency, we are cognizant of the fact that there has been an uncoordinated approach when we speak about youth development, right? So in the past, there's been a situation where youth development initiatives happen in silos. So what we're trying to do is to coordinate all, you know, partners, public, private, into one space and saying, as it relates to youth development, one, we need to be intentional and we need to be practical with our solutions. And so there's the new board that was appointed late last year, as you said. One of the areas that we really wanted to inculcate is this idea that we need to build and foster an agency that is capable, that is credible, and that is able to be responsive to the plight of youth development, you know. And then within that particular vision, we need an agency that is agile, because we understand that, you know, the nature of work is changing. You know, if the past 2 years are anything to go by, it's just an indication of just how much we can't be fixated on doing things the old way, but still expecting a different outcome. So that's where the idea of an agility or an agile agency comes in, but also an agency that is on the ground. So the issues that, yes, the perceptions are that, you know, the NYDA has not necessarily been in touch with young people, precisely why we felt it so important for us to partner with you know, your EmpowaWorks, so that we are able to go back and bring, you know, our products and services to the constituency and to the people that matters the most, and that's young people. Because we also understand that, you know, youth challenges we've got a mammoth task, right? But there's no task that is insurmountable. So we need to leverage on these strategic partnerships so that we're able to really have a greater footprint insofar as doing the work, with the understanding that, yes, we can't do it alone. Hence the idea of, you know, collaborations and strategic partnerships come in, so that where our mandate stops, we know that we're able to leverage on those partnerships and we're able to make an even greater impact than what has been felt in the past.
Thank you so much for that, Asanda. I'm going to open the conversation up to the guests that are in this auditorium today. I think I should have a couple of microphones, roving microphones. I just need to see by show of hand All right, I see one, maybe another one. Okay, can I have one on the left side of the room and another on the right side of the room? I'll be taking specific questions and contributions to this conversation. And if you can just introduce yourself, name and surname. I'm also interested in hearing from the people who are representing different sectors. I see like Hintimani is in the crowd. He's usually all over the news fighting for the alcohol industry, but we don't know what they're doing for young people outside of selling them bev. So like no, but it's important for us to have this conversation. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you know, you guys advertise to young people, you tell them to buy your drinks all the time, and they do that. But you also need to be telling us how you're contributing in as far as responding to the challenges facing young people. So I'll give you time to WhatsApp with your members on the group and come back with a reasonable response.
Thank you, Kathy, for throwing me under the train. This is not a bus, certainly. Look, we do acknowledge and realize the dangers of alcohol, especially amongst the youth, and especially in our country where almost 3 out of 4 of our youth are not working. And those youth actually seem to find comfort in alcohol, which is certainly not the way to go. And we have put pressure on liquor manufacturers to actually create safe spaces in our townships. If you look at Orange Farm as an example, I know Minister Bekele likes using the stats that there's over 300 liquor traders in Orange Farm, majority of which are unlicensed. So it means then people have got a more ample opportunity to go and grab alcohol than they have to go and exercise, to go and play soccer, to go and play any sporting activities. So alcohol seems to have taken over our social culture because of its availability. And it almost becomes a social fabric, which with its unintended consequences in our communities, like Mr. Nkosi has said, if you are not clean, for example, you will not attract opportunities. We say that if you are smelling of alcohol at 11 o'clock in the morning, it means then any opportunity that comes up on that day, you'll not be able to grab it because no one will want to interview anyone who's smelling alcohol. And what is surprising is that people have got more access to alcohol than they have of food, of basic food. And beer, 750 quart, is even more cheaper than a loaf of bread, which is also concerning. So we are looking at ways and means in which we can ensure that alcohol has a pressing effect that discourages the youth from accessing it. But also, we are running programs across the country that deals with issues of responsible consumption of alcohol. But also, out of our members, we number about 39,000 of them. We encourage them to be wary in dealing with alcohol in terms of not selling to underage, but also we do not sell alcohol to school children, irrespective of their age. You can be 22 and doing matric, but our stance is that we will not sell alcohol to you because we understand, the issues that alcohol bring in the township space, especially for our youth, for our pupils. So this is a very difficult conversation, Kathy, which will not be able to exhaust here. But I'm glad and honored that EmpowaYouth has given us an opportunity on Friday at 2 o'clock to really unpack this issue and some opportunities that are available in the alcohol space. Not all is lost in the alcohol space. I think there are positive opportunities that we can grab and grow our economy and our country. But the issue of alcohol abuse and its availability, easy access to our youth is something that we cannot run away from. We have to address. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Lucky. I'm just going to ask for some of the guys that are on the right side of the room, please try and keep it down because the noise is filtering through. So I'm going to go to the left side, my left, your right. I'll be taking questions for our panelists that are seated with me. Don't forget, I've got the NYDA chairperson. I've got the chairperson of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. And I've also got Milton Nkosi of MMN. If there's specific questions around youth and development of young people, perhaps you've always wanted to speak to the NYDA. Maybe you've even been sending them emails. Here is your opportunity. Here is your opportunity. Just lift up your hand and I'll make sure that we get a mic to you. Any questions on the left-hand side? Yes, ma'am. You can take it to the lady in the gray jacket, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hope everyone is well today. My name is Swangile Masemula, a young lady growing up in Orange Farm. I think one of my biggest questions, and I think it's because of what the youth is currently facing now, my question would be, how do we then prepare our youth in terms mentally for this week, and most importantly in terms of giving them tools, how do they immerse themselves in these programs? Because if you are a youth and you're going through a lot mentally, it's not easy for you to come through this week and identify that there are opportunities which are given to you in order to immerse yourself and transform your life, you know? And having that understanding that transformation is not something that takes one day, but it's something that you have to also put in the work yourself in order to see the change. So I'd like for our panelists to give also advice on that in terms of how do we prepare ourselves mentally. Thank you.
And it's such an important question that you're asking for that you're asking our panelists for this week, you know. It's about conferencing with a purpose, right? Because there's an opportunity. You can attend a lot of conferences, and there are people who are conference specialists, eh? Every other week, they're attending this or that conference, and it's important conferences with important people. But it never comes to anything. And you ask yourself, but what is the purpose? What is the point of going to all of these conferences? How does it serve you? And that's the question that I'll give our panelists an opportunity to answer.
Ausketli ke leboha haholo, dumelang kaofela. Potso ya ka ke lebisa ho chairperson ya NYDA. When you are a young person who lives in Orange Farm or any other township, I think the creative imagination that they have is when the week ends, by the time EmpowaYouth week ends, what will NYDA have left for them? Understanding what you have explained about how you are playing a role, what are you promising to leave for them by the end of the week? Ke a leboha.
All right, thank you so much for that. I'm going to give my panelists an opportunity to respond. I'll ask the roving mic to come to the right side of the room, and we'll take our second round of questions there. Dr. Vilakazi, let me begin with you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll respond to the question about preparedness and how do you prepare for such a week. And I think it goes back to what the other speakers have said so far about partnerships and why a program like this needs more partners to come on board for it to realize the fruits that it can really realize. And I guess one of those partners would be schools as well, because what she's essentially saying is that some of our young people may not be mentally ready. Like there's opportunities, but they're not seeing those opportunities because mentally they're not ready. And then those who do hear about such things come and walk away with nothing, as you would be saying. So we need more partners who assist our young people to realize that you also have to do something for opportunities to come your way and also for you to access those opportunities and take advantage of them. You have to get up and move. So these things don't happen when you are sitting there and feeling defeated, as some of the words that some of the young people have used, that they feel defeated. So you have to move. The power of the universe is real. I know sometimes we say it and it becomes cliche, that there is a power of the universe, but that power needs you to kick it for it to then move in your direction. So, but it helps when we have more partners and more people who are working with young people who are assisting them to see that, because sometimes when you find yourself in a space where it seems like there's no one is going somewhere, it looks like it's difficult to get there. But it's possible. But we do need more partners to come on board. And I'm hoping that, as Masisa has said, going forward, that they'll be partnering and making this bigger than it is at the moment. We need more people to assist our young people to know where these opportunities are and how do you then leverage off those opportunities.
And I think to add on, it's about being willing to work with people over the long run.
Yeah.
Understanding that, yes, this week is just opening the door. It's a stepping stone. But mentorship, or at least true mentorship, is about walking the journey with people.
Yeah.
And I really hope that the partners that are here this week are getting involved and are ready to walk that journey with young people. Be in it for the long haul.
For the long haul, yeah.
Milton?
Yeah, in fact, mentorship is a very important, let me use a conference phrase, it's a cornerstone of success and development for individuals who want to change their lives for the better. So, I'm talking to the young people in the room. When you finish this week, even today, find a mentor. There are many people who can mentor you here. Find a mentor, someone that you can lean on at an individual level, one-on-one. And we do that at MMN International Consulting. We don't mentor at industrial scale. I see I've got my good friend here, the CEO of Unleashing Leadership Potential, Mr. Theo Masheko, is sitting there. They do an amazing partnership with All Mutual and the mentorship movement of South Africa. If you want to have a mentor, someone you can look up to, they don't have to be in the profession you are seeking. You are seeking guidance on how to succeed. So mentorship is one. I think that's what she said. In my own small Orlando West mind, I heard her say, "Uzayithola kanjani uhleli ekhoneni." So you must get off and go and do something interesting about your life. There's another statistic I wanted to share with you, which is a little bit scary. Sometimes you need to be scared into action in life. So I told you about 60.1 million people in South Africa. I want to tell you about something called NEET. N-E-E-T, NEET. So if you forget anything I said today, remember NEET. It stands for people who are not in education, not in employment, and not in training. N-E-E-T. South Africa has got so many of those people. Those people, when they wake up, they do nothing. Nothing. They wake up every day and then they do nothing because they are not in training, they are not in employment, and they are not in education. You don't want to be those people. That statistic is terrible. Between the ages of 15 to 34, there are 9.4 million of those people in South Africa. That's how serious this situation is. So this is not a gimmick. This is a very serious intervention to try and sort out this problem, right? So when you walk out of here, make sure you are not part of NEET. You must be somewhere in education, in training, or in employment. Somewhere, find a space somewhere. Okay? And between the ages of 15 to 24, there are a further 3.4 million people who. So, whatever happens, whether umncane or umdala. Namhlanje angeke usabe iphathi yenit. You must either be in education, in training, or in employment. Okay? And the reason why you don't want to be there is because you don't want to be at the back of the queue. Right? Extremely important. So please take to heart this pointer that hopefully will jolt some of us into action.
Thanks for that, Milton. Asanda, what are you as the NYDA leaving for young people?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kathy. So maybe just to respond to the question raised by Usbongile on issues around mental health. So the NYDA, we had a summit that was called, the Integrated Youth Development Strategy Summit. And one of the key areas of that summit was, or the pillars, was to explore discussions around mental health as well as the effects of the pandemic on young people. And so just to really capture, what have been some of the discussions as it relates to this particular pillar was that, the summit noted that really half of the people with mental illnesses are as a result of, substance abuse. And I think the issue of alcoholism, particularly amongst young people, is one that we can't take lightly. And so, we can't really divorce the two and how on the negative effects and the spillovers that it has on the mental health or mental well-being of young people. But to bring it closer, speaking about, the various products and services that the NYDA has, I'll just touch on a few. So we've got, we offer a range of financial as well as non-financial support to young people across, sectors that speak to development. So when we look at, for instance, financial support, we've got your grant program 1, which is really designed to provide young entrepreneurs with, the necessary opportunities to access both, the financial and non-financial support that I spoke about earlier. And so what we do with this program is that a beneficiary that is able to form part of this program undergoes a various processes. So we provide mentorship training, mentorships. We also provide business management training and support to those businesses, because we also understand that, it doesn't do justice just to plow and give resources to those businesses. But if we're not giving them the necessary support that might not be financial or monetary, there will be an injustice on those particular businesses, because ultimately what we're saying is that we are just creating or setting them up for failure. So we do training for businesses. We also create or assist in market linkages, because what we also understand is that when a young person has a particular business, they might not necessarily have the as to how do they enter that particular market. Various things. We're able to assist far business that they have their necessary to be sustainable. But then we also have programs that speak to education and skills development that is given to young people. We've got the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund that currently provides, we provide about 10 million rand to young students who are financially in need, but who are also performing academically, who perform insofar as their academics. So we've got the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund, we've got the Tusano Fund, which does a similar role. Your National Youth Service, which is really, and I think the doc spoke about this earlier, is that how do we create programs and can form part of structured programs that are able to give. We've got, that particular program, the National Youth Service, and the ideals there is, to inculcate your nation building, patriotism, and social cohesion. So those are just, some of the products that we do make available. And, those are the products that we also wanted to bring to the community of Orange Farm. Thanks.
All right. So, as under the whole week, I'm assuming, and people then can just find the stall where you guys are exhibiting to be able to get a picture of these opportunities. All right. All right, I think that that's pretty clear enough. So I'd encourage you, especially if you're looking for opportunities of the NYDA. And I wonder, Asanda, I know I'm putting you under the spot here, but I wonder if we're going to be able to hear from you in the month or so to hear which are the young people of Orange Farm that the NYDA has specifically decided to partner with in different projects so that we're able to point to examples. You know that nice graph they had in the beginning that said we wanted to employ 20 people. There'll be a little disclaimer there, asterisk NYDA helped 5 of our 20 students or 20 young people. I think that will be important. And I'll throw the same challenge out to you as well, Dr. Vilakazi, because that's what we need. We are at a point where people are really tired of promises. And I know Minister Gungubele said there's a place for promises, but people need action. We need projects that are working, that are reliable, that are making a tangible difference in the lives of young people. So I certainly wish you all of the best for the rest of the summit. I hope you're going to take the advice of our panelists. Make sure you have a pen and paper and are taking down the things that are important to you. Have a list of maybe 3 or 5 things that you want to get done by the end of the week and commit to that list. Otherwise, you're going to get lost in the crowd. You're going to get lost in the noise. The week will be up and you might have nothing to show for it. And that is not what we want, because there's some incredible people that are going to be here. There's some incredible people who are here already today, and you just have to find how you maximize on that opportunity. Masiza?
One, two. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. I don't see. Can you give me a sound, Otami? 1, 2. Thank you so much, as Kathy, Dr. Vilakazi. Thank you so much, Asanda. Thank you so much, Milton Nkosi. You want to take a picture? All right, let's do that. I don't see the EmpowaWorks team. I think they're having a soap on it here.
Aningibizele any band, man. If he band. But before Nikube band, we just have a slight change in our programming. I want to call Ubaba James Wawamota. He is from TITA, and they deal with strategic projects and stakeholder relations. I think that's his title, right? Asimshayeleni izandla Ubaba James as he comes on man. Goliath.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks very much, Program Director, for the opportunity just to say a few words from Transport Sector Education and Training Authority. The reason I'm here is basically to also represent the CEO who could not come to talk to this event. So I feel very honored to represent the organization TITA. One of the words that have been mentioned by the minister who was here, I picked up only one thing that he spoke about, and that is the 18 billion rand. So I'm the kind of person that appreciates, harnessing opportunities, sequencing solutions, so that we help in particular ways. You have also noted that the minister was wearing a tie. You know, there is a saying that if you're wearing a tie, you're a tycoon. And if you're not wearing a tie, you are a coon. So thanks very much. So on my side, as a strategic project manager from TITA, my presentation to young people here at Orange Farm is that TITA is one of the sector education and training authorities. Our mandate as a skills organization is to basically train young people in a number of areas. Transport, the way it's arranged in government, you've got aviation, so as TITA we train young people to be pilot. We also train young people to be relevant in what we call the ocean economy. Anything that flies in the marine subsector. We also train young people in rail. If you want to be an apprentice in the field of rail, we also provide training in that regard. We also train young people to be drivers so that you can either drive a truck or drive a bus or drive vehicles. So that's also one of our areas. We also train young people to be relevant in what we call freight forwarding and clearance. And that is the importation and exportation of goods in between countries. So the skills in that area, we also provide training in that regard. So we are very honored to be part of this particular event, which is EmpowaYouth. As a SETA, in terms of our target audience, definitely our target audience is young people. Hence, when Mr. Masiza indicated that he wants to push this initiative of bringing opportunities or awareness to young people, we said we will support him in terms of driving that particular agenda. Young people in this country, they need a lot of attention. And as institutions that have the resources or mandated with resources, we must make sure that we do not fail them. I think the speaker from the NYDA side indicated that we are failing young people. I think it's important that we are very conscious as public institution, given the mandate, that we help young people. So we bring hope and we harness resources in what we call intergenerational expenditure. Use resources wise for the current generation so that the next generation that comes is well empowered. So it's as TITA, we have positioned ourselves. We have agreed internally in the institution that we are going to work very hard in making sure that initiatives that have got to do with young people, we are there, we present particular opportunities that are available. One of the things that we're suffering on these days, in as much as there's information overflow in the media and so on, but there is still an information imbalance in terms of what young people should know and the kind of opportunities they should be exposed to. So as Tita, in terms of the 18 billion rand I've just quoted from the minister, we are driving a whole lot of partnership initiatives. And we would like to even partner with the minister when he was mentioning the 18 billion rand. The partnership that we want to drive is a partnership that comes from the opportunities that we are picking up in interacting with our stakeholders. As a SETA, we know that there are various companies that are paying levies to for example, TITA, so that we are able to train young people. So we have a number of stakeholders that we have spoken to who have opportunities for young people. And I'm going to highlight one in particular, which is emerging as a big opportunity in the economy. You know, in the future, as things are progressing in the economy, what will happen is that people are not going to move a lot, but goods or products are going to move quite frequently. And what is the implication for that for a young person? It means that you must be found in that particular agenda or initiative or opportunity to see what you can grab as goods are moving, and they will continue to move in the future. I'll give you a few examples. I'm sure you've seen companies, for example, like as soon as ASAP, Pick and Pay, you've seen Uber Eats, you have seen Take a Lot. Now there's others that are coming, like, for example, Woolworths. They are all taking a huge space in the movement of goods. You can also see movements around Checkers 60 minutes. What is happening in those particular initiatives is that there will be a need for young people or opportunities for transporting particular products. So it means you must have a driver's license. And that particular initiative simply means that you must have skills to run your own business, and you must have a license to drive a scooter or a car so that you can be able to actually be relevant in that regard. So as TITA coming to this particular event, we are not coming just to talk. We are coming with particular partnerships and opportunities for young people. We have signed a partnership with the Bank SETA, a partnership that is worth 84 million rands. Now, that particular partnership is aimed at training 1,200 young people that can be integrated or be given contracts to deliver for the likes of Take a Lot, Checkers 60, and so on. So the requirements there is that you must be trained as a scooter driver. You must register your own business. You must be trained how to run your own business, and eventually we will walk the journey with you and until we find a contract so that you are able to make deliveries. Some of the young people running around with scooters that you see, don't take it very lightly or for granted. They are making a living out of that. For example, others are churning up to 10,000 to 14,000 rand a month. So it's an opportunity that is there. We are presenting to young people in Orange Farm. So there will be stakeholders who will be exhibiting on the behalf of TETA throughout the week. So we are encouraging young people to come and learn more about those opportunities to see if they can take them up. We also have a partnership with NYDA here in terms of making sure that when we have trained a person to be skillful in riding a bike, what is also important that you must also have means to buy a scooter. So NYDA is working with us in that regard to help young people to acquire those particular scooters so that they can eventually try and take up the opportunities on online delivery. We're also partnering with the Department of Economic Development here in Gauteng to scale up support for young people in that regard. So in a nutshell, that's what TETA is actually working on in terms of young people be sensitized that there's a big opportunity existing in the delivery, online last mile delivery platform. So please join hands with us so that at the end of the day, you find yourself in employment, you earn income, and then we reduce the level of unemployment as the stakeholders have been speaking so far that unemployment is very high in this country. So as TETA, we are very practical about it, and we are ready to implement and assist young people. Just to close, one of my favorite sayings is that if as a country we want to address poverty, we must get the rich people and the poor people equally angry about poverty. Then we're going to get somewhere in terms of driving change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Baba. Let's give him a big round of applause as he descends. We are about to summate our program. Into muhle yona namhlanje animshayeleni izandla lo siso omhlophe tu yo siso omhlophe not you blushing. We are about to summate our program this afternoon, but before we summate our program, I thought it would be good ukuthi chef in the kitchen is bamba bambi kancane, just a bit. We've got dancers that are going to pull through after we finish our program. Nabo bazoyenza izinto zabo basidala bafikile, so they are going to take over our stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give Chef and the Kitchen a round of applause one time as Bass Shaker. Thank you, gents.
Yeah. Let's go. You happy to be here? Can I see young people? Are you happy to be here? Are you happy to be here? You don't come around to see me in a week. You don't come around, everybody, to see me in a week.
Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu band. Ngiyaxolisa. I know how annoying it is to be interrupted when you're in your flow. I'm so sorry. We're going to quickly do our vote of thanks from our founder. Hi. Usesemusha mos. Ukibelelana. How masiza? Asimshayeleni izandla imbonile. One giant leap from humankind. I'm shayeleni izandla man. And he is going to do the vote of thanks for us this afternoon. And I know Scarlett wanted to introduce this specific speaker because. So I'm going to give her that one moment to come and introduce the speaker. Let's give Scarlett a big round of applause as she runs on stage.
Let's give Scarlett a round of applause.
And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with me and Scarlett, for rocking the day this afternoon. What's that, ma'am?
Thank you so much, Sipho. It was such a beautiful honor to be co-hosting with you today.
Let's listen, guys. We only have 2 minutes. Can you just call about Bangapandle? Bazong introduce again. So you hear the introduction of introductions.
I think Sipho has already done 90% of the work, but I just wanted to introduce the CEO of EmpowaYouth, who happens to be my beautiful dad, Simpiwe Masiza.
Yo, shoot me, I'm beautiful, Opili, oh handsome, Thank you so much, Mpumi. My pride and joy. I love you from the tip of your toes to the crown of your head. Let's give her a round of applause. She's doing very well. I love you so much. If I have a 19-year-old daughter, he has an orange farm among figure. They used to say, Grotman, I think 5 years later, but Malome, Uncle, Genangai. Manja, but time, Genangai. But but thank you, Mpumi. There's a philosopher that said, when I used to, Ngasad being used as public transport, this philosopher, that's it. This philosopher said something very profound. And this philosopher said, bring change, don't demand change. And powerful and very profound statement by a philosopher, an intellectual, that I met him in a taxi. Ubaba Mkhize, who's a Q Marshal Ebri. Owathi insizwa woza ne change ongazoyidemand change lana. I think abanye they'll get it later, but what an incredible philosopher who said, woza ne change mfana wami ongazodemand change lana. But let me, on a serious note, tomorrow we're starting at, the registrations are starting at 7 o'clock. Abantabasha, even Abantabalana, young people, I know we're sitting at 6,000 young people registered. It's a first come, first serve. Because of COVID, we can't take more than 200 young people. The registration is starting, I know that most of you have registered, but be here at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, so that 8:30, we need to start. And tomorrow we are fortunate, I'm told, Snow, Osomizi, Osomgaga, who will be doing a celebrity keynote. And then Tuesday, Sinotibo Touch. Also connect to Tibo Touch. And then, but we're going to be having an incredible, and we're also, fortunate that Sonia Mpele will also be joining us. Let's give Sonia, she's here. Oh, powerful stuff. And I saw some of, you'll be here. Thank you so much, Sonia. And thank you for joining us. 7 o'clock we're here. The young people, they'll come here. We're going to reconfigure the setup. And then there are industry stages. I think we're sitting with 8 industry stages. We are saying to industry, those who are listening, we still have space for industry. If you want to come and exhibit, to more opportunities for young people, please go to our website. It's EmpowaYouth, EmpowaYouth.co.za. You'll get all the details and make sure that you talk to a lady called Tumi Liru, who happens to be, the program, manager or the program lead. We invite industry. I need to emphasize on that. Yesterday, I think on Friday, I was on 702, having an hour conversation on Aubrey. Immediately after that, I got 2 companies. One company, they said, we're having 100 opportunities for young people that we want to train and fund when it comes to entrepreneurship. And then I said to them, wozani. Angeke sinvalele ngaphandle. Angeke sinvalele ngaphandle njengoNoah owavalela abantu ngaphandle. Mara uboNoah dala babiza nabo bebengamameli. Ngathi angeke sinvalele ngaphandle. I think that's number 2. I just want to thank Tita. Where is James and Khatile? Khatile, can you stand? We've been on this journey for 2 years, but it's an exciting journey. Khatile from Tita, they've supported us. And then I also want to, NYDA, is the chair gone? Where's NYDA? NYDA, are you here? Let's give NYDA a round of applause. InSita, is InSita here? Insurance Sita. Stand up, let them see you. Let's give them a round of applause. Siyabonga nisibongisele and extend our gratitude to Sis Kuku. Gauteng Film Commission, they're here. We also want to say thank you to WNR Sita, Wholesale and Retail Sita, they're here. Siyabonga nakubabu Tom Kwanazi. But I also want to say thank you to the staff of EmpowaWorks. What do you see here, apart from coordination, is that 50% of the cost that you see here is funded internally by EmpowaWorks. Because I'm serious, you might see and say, Imalia staff will say EmpowaWorks, Nama shareholders EmpowaWorks. We have to take it from, because we believe in the dream of an African child. If we can't do it, no one will do it, Sonia. 50% of the cost of running this summit comes from, the commitment of the team here in EmpowaWorks. And I'll ask them so that they can come closer, and so I can also acknowledge them. Ladies and gentlemen, just call the staff so that Baletsebe. Okay, guys, this is my daughter. She's a forbidden fruit. She ngiyangicela ke machita ngoba abanye mangidlula bambona bathi emadle yellow phone ufrutwana ngithi hayi incusi yami thama ngiyacela ngicela ukuthi singalwe uBilly uzongifundisa imatrix yabona incusi yami ngiyanicela mafowethu isihlahla singabanjwa ke lesi arasa ngeke sisayilethe Orange Farmer the summit. Where's the team? Is the team here? Secondly, we also want to extend our gratitude to the speakers. The speakers that have volunteered to come and speak, like Sonia, Mpele, like Usise, Emma Bakbone, the 4IR guru. Let's give a round of applause. But the number of speakers that will be speaking who volunteered, and most of them, because I run another company that is called the Speakers Firm, we represented them. I asked them, I said, guys, can you come? And they said, Masiza for you will do it. Milton Nkosi is doing, Billy Slikan is here, the #1 speaker in the continent. Billy Slikan, Dallas Gudla. Dallas Gudla no boy, ungasiboni CJ, Dallas siwa sevoga. Menangwe Orange Farm, I think 4 times, Billy. I hope I won't come back investor. But that's why there's a space. But We also want to extend our gratitude to our councillors like us. We happened to present to them. I think I met 4 of them. And then they said, Masisa, we're endorsing this, we love it. But I also want to extend a gratitude to my councillor, Extension 6. So, call Matal. Agagafig. Ngala nimtshela ukuthi iGrotmane siyamncanywa ikhansela lami ke lelo. If umhlakatha awusebenzi ngibuyela yena. I know that we'll deal with that, but the councillor lami lelo, Extension 6. The LOC, is Jerry here? Ntade Jerry? Jerry, are you here? Or where's the LOC? Local Organizing Committee. Can they stand? Can you stand, guys? So that Balabone. Where's Jerry? Where's Aubrey? Oh, leader. Oh, okay. He's also part of that. Thank you so much. There's something that I also run, Orange Farmer, with this incredible team. Bontate Jerry, Bontate Bomme, Bontate Ruben. I run a tournament that is called Masisa Tournament. Dr. Villagas, we've been running this for the past 3 years, and it's becoming one of the biggest tournaments. The finals are next week, Saturday. We do invite you so that you can then, we spend a lot of money. I wouldn't tell you how much we spend, but we do this because I'm committed to Orange Farm. The Bible says, start in Jerusalem, and then go to Judea, but it says start in Jerusalem, because charity begins gopi ekai. Menage bengi nkulelela Orange Farm, and I said to myself, one day I'll come and do something for the youth. I said, "Oh, mohlana na nentwana ukuthi Grotman, mina ngisibone Grotman ngicela business idea." Business idea, I'd rather give this a business idea to live. But this, and I said, Nenama business ideas, let's bring industry. Because the coming week is going to be a festival of opportunities and ideas. Let me quickly say, I also want to extend my gratitude to church leadership. Is Pastor Bly is here, and Tatus Khonyana, Bishop Bly, and Tatus Khonyana is here. Can we stand up? And also the church leaders, Baruti, can we stand up? Let's give the man of God a round of applause. The devil is a liar, and his mother-in-law. Thank you so much, Baruti, and thank you for an endorsement. Thank you for encouraging young people to come tomorrow. And we had an opportunity as a business to have a breakfast with close to 200 pastors and we shared the vision. And Tatus Khonyana, I grew up looking up to him as a preacher, as a speaker, but also as a businessman. And it's such a privilege that you are behind this initiative. And we just want to say to Baruti, thank you so much for the support. Please do encourage the young people to come in numbers tomorrow, so that this auditorium, and they must grab opportunities. And I also want to say to the activation team led by Opa, where's Opa's Sitale? Thank you, Opa, and the team. Also to the media team that is driving in terms of publicity, led by Palesa Shabalala, who's our marketing lead, and Simpio Machola. Where's Simpio Machola? Everyone knows Simpio Machola, needs no introduction. Simpio Machola just say, when you see us on TV, it's because of Sim. Thank you so much. And also extend my gratitude to Milton Nkosi, and also to Uku Kumatlatuk. I have 2 things and I'm done. I also want to extend our gratitude to Dumi, who's the lead for this project. Can the EmpowaYouth come here? Because I'm closing down. EmpowaYouth, can you guys come here so that, while I'm doing that, the pictures, I get the pictures again. If you have taken pictures, Yibo Lava Vet. Yibo Lava. Where's Dumi? Dumi, come. You are the left for Wasam. These are the guys that are behind this. Up Zero. Yeah. So that what it's and then we do have up to 50 volunteers, but these are the guys, led by Dee. Dee, come, let them see you. She works around the clock. She's the project lead. And we just want to say, we know that we have a week ahead, but you've done an incredible work with the team. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you to the team. Thank you to all of them. Just stand there so they can give a picture. They wanna take a picture. I think let me also extend my gratitude to the MCs. Alfie, thank you so much. The energy, the love, the commitment. Thank you to, let's give Alfie a round of applause, guys. We can do better than that. Okay. All right, there's a car, I think it's burning. It's HT9 7VX, X for Xavier. It's a Mercedes. It's burning. Just move it. Just say. Yeah, no, I'm coming to that. Oh, yeah. And then I just want to quickly, thank our speakers. City of Johannesburg Sports. There's a main guy that I want to recognize. Ogo guy. I just love this guy. I love his decisiveness. Where is he? Okay. The big boss. Can the big boss stand? Why is he man? Come, Hotman. Let's recognize you. Come. Without officials like this guy, this is the man that I will put the last drop of my blood to here. Come, I ran a sports tournament, but we went to present to him to say we're doing this. Within 8 hours, he made a call, and he made a decision to make sure that they support us, to make sure that there are 2,000 young people that are catered for every day. Let's give this guy a round of applause from COJ. Thank you so much, Mruti. We really appreciate it. Kusasa abantwana abazayo, they will be catered for because of people that makes decisions such as Opote Omboledo Lapiana. We can do better than that. And then the last one, I think the COJ have done it. All the speakers, thank you. Thank you so much. But I also want to extend my gratitude to Kathy Mkhahlana, all the speakers, the minister, and I'm happy the minister has made a commitment. Okay, this is what will happen. We're going to go and eat now. Okay, all animals in the zoo are equal. But others are more equal. Okay. What we're going to do, so that we allow them to go and eat. So, all right. So, and then so I'm a MC this table, and then this table there, and then the rest of us. Is it fine? Is it fine, Anne? Okay, then the LOC will then fall after the LOC, and then our partners, the exhibitors, our partners like Abo Lindi, ngala kuthi nani nislandele Lindi ne, ningathi asiniphango kudla man reporter back manenza feedback. Okay, we're going to do like that. Baruti, because we need your blessings. And then this table, this one, LOC, and then the rest. There's enough food to have catered for 400 people. I don't think there are 400 people here. And then I guess, can we pray for the food? Thank you, Father, for the food we're about to enjoy. In Jesus' name, amen. While we're eating, we're going to call the dancers. And then immediately after Nina, we'll then allow Chef. Chef, can we just allow them? While people are sitting so that you can then entertain them. Is it fine? Otherwise, it's going to be distraction. I said the number dancers a round of applause while we're eating. And then please, all the images You can get the images on the website or on social media. Please take as many images as you can. Ngaphandle will really appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We're starting here at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.